Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge.
Uh-oh. No. That was wrong. Skip. Hello, welcome back everybody. So we're going to be going through Charlie Adelson's trial from the beginning, from jury instructions. We're not going to be covering the jury consultancy by the Honorable Josh Dubin, because we recently did that, but you can check that out on our channel page in your own time. By the way, guys, if anyone didn't know but wanted to know, because I don't know how many times I've covered Daniel Rashbaum's opening statement. We're going to have to do it again. But, sometimes any comments that I can make end up becoming a little bit redundant. But then I think, hey, you know what? Some people have only just joined our community and wouldn't have seen previous videos. Well, why not? Here's our channel page. Look at it. It's right there with all loads of stuff. It just goes on and on. So my best advice to everybody watching chat is, if you like the Adelson case, go all the way back. This channel got started on January 1st, 2024, and our very first video was the Wendy Adelson interrogation, which we have covered 4 separate times. And we're not done yet, because every time we see it, we see something new, right? But doesn't our channel page look great? So colorful, it's like a box of sweets. We urge you, go into the channel page, browse the channel page. There's other cases, not just Adelson's, but a shitload of Adelson's, right? Because everybody loves Adelson's. This was a good one. Let's talk about June Umchinder. That was a real good one. We got Sarah Boone coverage. We got that guy, the pedophile cop in the interrogation chair. We got Ryan Burns testifies. That was a good. Oh, look, there's our map of the United States before we had everything. Got to get back to our map and collect all the states again. Everyone in Alabama, raise your hand. Okay, now all the people in Idaho, let me hear you say yeah. Maybe even New York City. Look, there's our very first video. Wendy's Interview 1. That was a 6-part special. We did Donna's arrest. Was that really that early? Donna's arrest video. I'm surprised that was so early on. That was our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th video was Donna Adelson's arrest, which was very popular. People liked that a lot. Stephen McDaniel. Anyway, back to the subject of today's show or program, depending on where you're based. Some people like to say show, some people like to say program. Me, myself, I like to say, what would I like to say? By the way, a cappella or riding shotgun. Let us know your thoughts on a brand new coffee alert, because I don't know if this is appropriate for trial. What have we got at the moment? It goes a little something like this. Okay, ready? This.
So, Chief Gunderson then. You were such a super lady. And then, I've been so lonely.
Why has it gone off screen? Okay, we'll be back. We'll be back. How do we get it to come on screen? Shit. God damn it. Okay, I'll sort that out in due course. But for now, we're going to go right into... Now, I managed to get the jury instructions just because I want to soak up every possible opportunity to listen to Judge Everett speak. He is hilarious. And he just has this way of talking. It's almost like he's a cyborg, right? In a good way. Just in a really professional way. I want to walk around that fabulous Judge Everett mind, You'll see what I mean. The guy just speaks. It's like he doesn't need to think because his brain is so vast, right? It just comes out of him like a machine. It's wonderful. It's art. It's better than art and science. Which one is it? It's this one.
Stephen Everett now presiding. Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Stephen Everett now presiding.
Everyone can be seated. We have the court TV staff here.
There she is in the back.
Microphones that you were wanting to test, ma'am, did you already do that?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that's just the small addition that is already sitting on the witness microphone here.
That is correct.
Okay. And on the jury box, where is the microphone? If you can show me.
Hey, Judge, do not lean that far over, man. That looks like a hazard waiting to happen. Or a hazard that is currently present. I mean, you know, I love him and everything, but if he fell down, he could collapse the entire building.
Okay. And on the jury box, where is the microphone? If you can show me.
Runner,
Yes, ma'am.
those are the flat ones on the rail. Here. And here.
Okay.
And then one more, and here.
And this has already been tested with the...
With the item.
Yes.
Yes. It was in this one.
Very well. All right. Those microphone additions will be fine.
Those microphone additions will be fine. Those
Ready,
microphone
still
additions...
photography that's to take place. This camera does not click or make noise, correct?
See, sitting on a trial is like baking a cake, right? Judge Everett is essentially baking his favorite cake at the moment. You know, at the moment, dealing with the cameras, the still photographers won't make any clicking or shutters or anything like that. I mean, that's essentially looking at the recipe and collecting the ingredients in your mise en place, right? I mean, it's like arranging each element so that you are ready for the recipe, right? That's what he's doing right now.
Go ahead. All right. It needs to be completely silent if any still photography is to take place. Once again, no pictures of the jurors, no video of the jurors. Their identities are to remain unknown until the trial has been concluded. The parties have anything that they wish to bring to the court's attention before we get going?
Judge, briefly, may we go sidebar?
You may.
Such a gentleman, Daniel Rashbaum, letting the ladies walk on out first, isn't he? Hey, you know what I realized, guys? I mean, apart from the fact that Garth Algar over here, from Wayne's World, is actually shorter than Daniel Rashbaum. I mean, if Daniel Rashbaum is 5'1", this lady must be 4'4". I mean, what the hell? Apart from that, I realized this morning that her surname, her last name, her family name is Myers, as in Michael Myers, who obviously played alongside Garth as Wayne in the movie Wayne's World and Wayne's World 2. Strange.
Before we bring the jurors in and get started this morning, I just wanted to also provide 2 additional forms to the meeting members. came to my attention yesterday that someone was taking photographs or trying to zoom in on what was happening at the defense table. Whether it be the state or the defense, no one is to be doing any zooming in of what is being communicated between counsel or the parties, or in some way trying to decipher what is taking place with them. Also, whenever the jurors are in the building, the media members are not to engage them. Again, we do not want to have a mistrial or create any issue that's going to interfere with the trial itself actually taking place. Anyone have any questions concerning this? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
You see what I mean about how he talks, right? I mean, that is not a scripted thing that he's got ready to go or that he's read 1,000 times. But equally, it doesn't sound like he's thinking of the words naturally as they're coming out. I mean, it sounds like he's rehearsed, but he's able to do that in any situation. And why? Because he's Judge Everett, right? I mean, just look at that brain. That brain in action, man. I mean, it's brilliant and funny. Why is he so funny?
Quick question. I set up my camera this morning in the hallway. Whenever I saw someone that wasn't legal counsel, I turned it away. Is that okay, or would you prefer me to not do things like that?
You can have cameras in the hallways. Really, the issue, again, is broadcasting anything that would otherwise identify a potential juror. I don't know if all of you know who the jurors are. Again, whether it be traditional media or new media, the identities of the jurors until the trial is over is not to be released either in photographic, video form, or through dissemination of any information. Any questions concerning this? Right. Very well. Do we have all the jurors in the back?
We do.
And this is probably going to be something that we go through frequently. Are we on potty break right now, or are we good to come out?
They have been. Let me get a head count. If they are ready, are you ready? Or
I'm ready if they are.
okay.
I'm ready when you are, soul sister.
I'm sure as counsel are aware, moving 15 people in unison is a bit of a task. So once they're finished with their restroom breaks, they'll be brought out. Also, as a preliminary matter, while we're waiting, did either party request any instructions other than what was discussed yesterday? The preliminary instruction and the note-taking instruction.
No, sir.
Mr. Rauschbaum, as a part of the preliminary instruction, there is a portion that's optional concerning the right to remain silent. Do you desire to have it read?
Yes, Your Honor.
It will be read. I like to call that the James Bevel Memorial Rule. For defense counsel who does not know what I'm talking about.
I do know.
Okay.
Everybody knows.
He's laughing at his own joke, but that's fine.
Said with respect and for Mr. Bevel, but still a good reminder.
Still going, this guy. Still going. Oh, sorry.
Guys, jury entering the courtroom.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Good morning.
Before we get started with the trial, I'm going to give you an instruction. that's going to explain to you how the trial is going to be conducted. Also, I'm going to give you an instruction concerning note-taking as well. Does everyone have a notepad and pen in their seats?
Yes, sir.
All right. And for the record, the jurors have answered in the affirmative. Once I have given those two instructions to you, the attorneys are going to present their opening statements, and the state will begin with the presentation of its case. Once again, I will be reading to you a fair amount during the trial. It's not that I don't wish to have a normal conversation with you, but rather the instruction on the law that you're to receive throughout the trial must be specific and uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson. This is a criminal case. Charles Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in the trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It will be my responsibility during this trial to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Charles Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have their opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will conclude in giving you final instructions. After the final instructions have been given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence, or the lack of evidence, and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information that is related to the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my bailiff concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, we may have to take recesses or breaks. During these recesses or breaks, you will either be returned to the jury room or you'll be permitted to separate and go about your affairs. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you're on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me concerning the situation. All cell phones, computers, tablets, and other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence that is presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse.
See, I'd be terrible at that. The first thing I want to do after leaving the courtroom on day one would be go to Trescott and Premiere and the Owl Motel or whatever.
At home or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service.
Hi, Derek. How you doing? Derek's got an interesting point. Somewhat of an unusual point, I think. Derek says Charlie knew deep down that he was going down. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty much thinking that he thought that they could buy their way out of it, you know, that he was convinced that the family had this in the bag, that they were going to use contacts, that they were going to pay big price tickets to get Josh Dubin, to get Daniel Rashbaum to do training, to have Daniel Rashbaum on a retainer that meant he was 100% dedicated to this case alone, only working with Charlie, you know, doing run-throughs, dry runs, rehearsals, preparations, everything. I mean, he took his prep very seriously. He was only reading the case. I mean, I think he convinced himself that they were going to beat the odds, right? I mean, that would be the most natural position for a cheating, lying, privileged scumbag, right? I mean, but maybe deep down.
Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information you have obtained is proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the...
Hey, thanks so much, Matt. What did Matt have to say for us? Matthew K, everybody, supporting the channel the old-fashioned way, the best way, on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. The good news is that anybody can do that. I mean, it's just an open place. Matthew K tells us, Judge Everett should be a superhero like one of the Avengers. Absolutely. With a bowler hat and an umbrella, right? Absolutely. And he should break into song at the end of each episode. Put it on the Ritz. You know? You know that song that Gene Wilder performs with the grandpa from Everybody Loves Raymond in Young Frankenstein? Put it on the Ritz! That would make my world rock. Doing all sorts of, rolling the bowler hat up and down the umbrella as part of the dance routine. Judge Everett could pull that off. You know Judge Everett could pull that off. We need to start a sponsorship, raise money for leukemia children or something. I mean, we will write a letter and we'll basically put it to Judge Everett that if he refuses to learn and perform the routine that we lay out, he will essentially be not caring about the most vulnerable, diseased children in the world. It's going to be a hard sell. Not a hard sell, what is the word I'm looking for? A deal he can't refuse. Lot of Matthew K continues. Lot of justice under that robe, but the gentle giant can put it down. Reading the instructions like the real maestro. Absolutely. He just rolls it off, doesn't he? Just like that bowler hat would roll up and down his umbrella. Thank you, Matt. Thank you for the support on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or possibly both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what...
That's it, Riding Shotgun. Peter Boyle. I always forget his name for some reason. But Young Frankenstein, yes, the best movie in history. Mel Brooks at his finest. The only movie ever made with Gene Wilder and Gene Hackman. Did I get that right? Didn't he play the blind guy? It's like Gene Hackman's best role. Second best role after The Heist.
Might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said.
And Mississippi Burning. We've got to give it up for Mississippi Burning. But is it really better than In the Heat of the Night? I'm not so sure.
Had he or she been permitted to answer the question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long that conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to each juror as an individual choice. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your use. However, you are not to take your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats, and you will have possession of them once again when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to
Shit. Sorry.
that will be left up to each juror as an individual choice. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your use. However, you are not to take your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats, and you will have possession of them once again when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state ready to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
If I was on the jury, I'd write a love letter to Judge Everett to test if they were ever read or not. Poetry. Judge-orientated poetry.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it's not thanks for watching, because we're continuing today's show with opening statements from Sarah Dugan. Give it up for Sarah Dugan. Which one is it? This one? Hang on. Prosecution.
Is the state ready to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Good morning, y'all. Thank y'all for being here with us today. I know that we've been introduced, but y'all haven't heard from me yet. My name is Sarah Catherine Dugan, and I'm going to be representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. The last couple days, we've obviously been in jury selection. Thank y'all for your patience with that. I know there's a lot of waiting involved with that. In jury selection, each side was able to kind of talk with you about your feelings and concepts, your feelings about the law and different concepts. But now it's time for opening statements, where each of us is going to kind of give you a roadmap of what we expect that the evidence in this case will show. And then after opening statements, you'll start hearing from witnesses and getting into the actual evidence in this case. So let's get right to it. The reason that we're here today is because the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson, hired a hitman to kill his former brother-in-law, Dan Markell. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, the defendant's family, the Adelson family, had a big problem. And that big problem was Dan Markell. And the solution to that problem was this defendant. This defendant was the solution to that problem because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving
And Jibbers.
father to two little...
Imagine if she said that. The victim in this case was known as Jibbers to his friends and family. The jury's like, what the fuck?
boys. He was a highly respected professor at Florida State College of Law. And tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markell was shot twice in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of Dan Markell's life that day began like any other of his mornings that summer. He woke up, he drove his two little boys to preschool and dropped them off, and then he drove over to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled in his driveway, opened his garage, but...
Oh, you don't like the suit, Christina? I love the suit. Kermit Green.
Little did he know that throughout his just normal routine that morning, he was being followed. He was being followed by two hired hitmen who traveled all the way from Miami to Tallahassee for the sole purpose of murdering him. And just like some...
And I love Sarah Dugan, don't get me wrong, but, you know, she is not as pitch perfect as Georgia Kappelman. There's 3 examples of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to call it nerves, but, you know, the pressure of completing sentences. I mean, there's been 3 errors so far, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I love what she does. I love her vibe. And but it's just, you know, it's just worth saying that although she works fantastically with Georgia Kappelman is polished.
Out of a horror movie, he pulls into his driveway, and the car that, unknown to him, pulls in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markell's neighbor heard a gunshot. He looked out the window and he saw a light-colored Toyota Prius backing quickly out of Dan Markell's driveway and then speeding away. The neighbor waited for a couple minutes to see if maybe Dan Markell...
Okay, Amy, I'll do a Kappelman Dugan t-shirt tomorrow, and that will be our first t-shirt launched in our brand new store on Bonfire, because Teespring is a pile of shit. I don't know if they're in liquidation or what, but everyone stay away from Teespring. Nobody sign up to Teespring. What a pile of shit.
Came out of his house or backed out of his driveway too, and when nothing happened, this neighbor got that funny feeling that maybe something could be wrong here. So he walked over, and what he found was a gruesome scene. He walked in the garage and saw that the driver's side window of Dan Markell's car was shattered. He saw Dan Markell was still behind the wheel. He was alive, but he was moaning, he was unresponsive, and he was terribly injured. The neighbor then goes and calls 911. Law enforcement arrives, and they find Dan Markell unresponsive with gunshot wounds to his head.
Oh, isn't this terrible? I mean, the one saving grace about being shot in the head or face is that it's pretty widely accepted to be lights out, right? Game over. Don't even feel it. It kills you so quick. Poor old Professor Markell, he's sat in his car rolling his head around. He's probably, we can hope, not feeling anything. Could just be an involuntary muscular reaction. We don't know, right? I mean, but the one saving factor about being shot in the face or head is that it's all over before you even knew it happened. But that wasn't the case here. And he got shot twice in the face, and was moaning and moving his head. And oh my God, what a terrible, terrible outcome for him.
He was then taken to the hospital, where he survived for several hours before he was actually pronounced dead. Dan Markell was 41 years old. And his little boys that were deprived of their father that day were just 3 and 4 years old. Law enforcement immediately began to investigate to figure out who shot Dan Markel. And the evidence they find sets them down two separate paths. One path is that they had to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbors saw fleeing from the crime scene and identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to Dan Markel's personal life. They look to see who, if anybody, in Dan Markel's personal life would hate Dan Markel enough to kill him. And after years of tireless investigation by law enforcement, both of these two paths led directly to this defendant. So let's talk about...
Yeah, Sarah Dugan is the mother lion ready to shred. Maybe that's why she's made a couple of minor, errors here, because she's just chomping at the bit, right? She wants to get Katie McBanner on the stand.
The path involving Dan Markel's personal life first. In looking at who might have a motive to kill Dan Markel, law enforcement learned that Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's sister, and her name is Wendy Adelson. A review of their divorce case file revealed that Wendy Adelson asked the court to allow her to move back to Miami, where she was from, with the kids, in order to be near her parents.
Okay, I have to agree with the way you've put that, Christina. Christina says, "I'm sorry, Frank. I know she's your number 2 girl and I love her, but she could be drop-dead gorgeously draped in a menswear-inspired suit or almost a paper bag and look stunning. This is not worthy." Okay. If we took her to, I don't know, what is it? Barney's? Or Bloomingdale's? Or one of those nice shops where they have a personal shopper. And said, okay, here's Sarah Dugan. Give us something legal. Give us something stunning, but something legal. Something business, something law, something stunning. And just let her in there for the afternoon. She'd come out, whoa, with someone who really knew what they were doing to dress someone up in that way. You know what I mean? Where you just, you give the personal shopper like 3 words. Legal, business, and stunning. And they'd do it, right? They'd do it.
Whose names are Harvey and Donna Adelson, and her brother, the defendant. Dan Markel was adamantly opposed to his children being relocated to Miami. He was a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lived. This is where his kids have been raised. He wanted his kids to live here with him. And for this custody dispute, the judge ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. So Wendy Adelson was not permitted to move to Miami with the children. Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markel. A review of Wendy Adelson's emails revealed that her mother, Donna Adelson, hated Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and her children, who were Donna Adelson's grandchildren, to be able to move to Miami. Donna Adelson suggests in these emails that y'all will hear about several ways that Wendy Adelson could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission, into getting what she wanted him to do. Donna Adelson even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, and even said that this defendant, Charlie Adelson...
How many Uvia dinners did we work out that was? Uvia's pretty expensive restaurant, right? With drinks and wine, we are talking $300 to $400 a head. Well, is it that much? I'm trying to remember. We did look at the menu. Well, let's say it's a ridiculously, you get an expensive wine, 2 bottles, 4 courses, 2 people. Let's give it a good margin and say it's $1,000, right? It's probably not that much. How many weeks could you go? You could go to Uvia every week for 2 people. So 50 weeks a year. How many 50s in 1,000? There's, 250. There's 20 50s in 1,000. It's 20 years of Uvia dinner every week. $1,000 dinner every week for 20 years. That's what $1 million could get you.
Wilson would pay a third of that $1 million bribe to Dan Markel to make that happen. The evidence in this case will show that Donna Adelson's closest confidant was her son, the defendant. She and the defendant talked multiple times a day, every day. He was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation. The defendant was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And this was a big, big problem for Donna Adelson. And she made it the defendant's problem to solve. So the divorce between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel was final about a year before the actual murder. But that was not the end of that case. Litigation was ongoing, to say the least. Each side would...
By the way, is Sarah Dugan loud enough, folks? Is the audio equal, microphone and video?
...would continue to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in July of 2014. This was a highly emotionally charged situation between them leading up to his death. However, there was no physical violence that Wendy Adelson needed to be rescued from or anything like that. But make no mistake, this was a very messy custody dispute. Shortly before the murder, in fact, Dan Markel, the victim, filed with the court and basically asked the court, he alleged that Donna Adelson was disparaging him to his children by saying bad things about him. And he asked the court to enter an order preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. This motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. The murder of Dan Markel ensured that an adverse ruling on his motion would never be a problem for the Adelsons. And just about 48 hours after the shooting...
Okay, moderators, I just turned up the mic a little bit.
Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami. Shortly thereafter, moved into a home within walking distance of the Adelsons' Miami home. Within a year of Dan Markel's murder, Wendy Adelson legally changed Dan Markel's son's last name from Markel to...
It effectively changed the boys' names a couple of months later at enrollment for school. You know, it was legally changed around a year later, but it was straight away, pretty much. It was killed in July. By September 1st, they've got, we're calling them Adelsons now.
Adelson, and just like that, their father was just effectively erased from their lives at 3 and 4. And the Adelsons family, their big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelsons are a very tight-knit family. The defendant and his parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, they actually even all worked together at the Adelson Institute, which was their family's dental practice. At the Adelson Institute, the defendant and Harvey Adelson were dentists, and Donna Adelson managed the office. After Dan Markell was killed on July 18, 2014, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. And Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to kill Dan Markell, or to want him dead. She admitted that her brother, the defendant, had even said that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell as a divorce present to her, but he decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And coincidentally, or not, that TV that this defendant bought his sister as a divorce gift instead of hiring a hitman would be an alibi for the morning of the murder when the defendant, or when the victim was killed by a hitman. So this path of looking into Dan Markell's life to see who...
Yeah, a TV that was already broken in March and was not repaired until July. And the date for the repair, well, you know, it was never repaired, but it was not scheduled to have a repair appointment until July. So that's March, April, May, June, July. Most of July is already gone, so we'll call it 5 months. 5 months. And the appointment was just happened to be, I mean, it would be much better if the TV was broken like the weekend before, right? A chance event. Lincoln threw the remote at the TV, whatever it was, whatever the bullshit story was. The fact that it had been broken for 5 months, let's be kind and call it 4 months, right? I mean, and your appointment was on murder morning, okay.
Would have a motive to want him dead leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a man who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell. The defense asked yesterday in jury selection, who's talked trash or heard somebody talk trash about an in-law, which is not a rare concept. A lot of people don't like their in-laws. But the difference here is that the defendant's comment stopped being just a little bit of trash talk when Dan Markell was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate, who in Dan Markell's personal life may have a motive to kill him, they're simultaneously going down that second path I described to y'all, which was tracking down the vehicle that the neighbor saw fleeing the crime scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markell's steps the morning of the murder, they uncovered some chilling surveillance video of a Prius fitting the description of the one seen by the neighbor, following Dan Markell into the Premier Gym parking lot, waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to his neighborhood. They got these surveillance images from city buses, from Premier, from everywhere they possibly could. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone data and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police to eventually...
Audio buffering out. We've got no dropped frames today, Riding Shotgun, so I think the stream's going out clean.
Track down the exact car used in this crime. But police still had to figure out who was in the Prius and why did they kill Dan Markell. As part of this really painstaking review that law enforcement did of all of these records, and when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding all of this evidence and all of these records was not an easy task, and it took longer than your average investigation. It was very difficult to do. They combed through tons of phone records and even did what's called a tower dump. which is where law enforcement collected a list of all of the cell phone numbers that communicated with the cell tower that serviced different spots in Tallahassee that Dan Markel was at that morning, including Premier Gym, when the suspect's Prius were there. Because they thought if the person in the Prius was using their phone at the time, then they're not.
Yeah, right, Amy. I think Charlie's keeping count every time they say y'all. I'm surprised that wasn't included in his appeal. And the prosecutors did all that folksy bullshit. Y'all think guilty, vote guilty.
Number will be somewhere in this tower dump. They combed through all of that data, and they found a number with a Miami area code belonging to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined all of Garcia's call logs and saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was also present at Premier Gym that morning. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is a lifelong friend of Sigfredo Garcia and is also from Miami. Police then looked at all of Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami about 2 days before this murder, on July 16th of 2014. The phones came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, July 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data is consistent with both men turning off their phones just minutes before the murder and leaving their phones off until about an hour or so after the murder, when they're well on their way back towards Miami.
I love it when killers do that, right? I mean, you might as well just keep your phone on. We'll turn it off just before we do the crime, and then after we're done with the crime, we'll turn them back on. It's like, that's as bad as being located at the scene in, well, you know what I'm saying. What was the really funny case where that happened? I can't remember.
And then a bank's ATM camera caught both Garcia and Rivera in that light-colored Prius once they arrived back in the Miami area when they stopped at an ATM. So, police figured out the identity, and this should appear on the screens in front of you. The identity of the two men responsible for following.
Must be so weird to look at that as Charlie and go, oh, look, that's exactly that's exactly what our plan was. They worked it out.
And killing Dan Markel. Luis Rivera, his nickname is Tato, and Sigfredo Garcia, his nickname is Tudo. But they continued to look for evidence of why two seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man, Dan Markel, that they'd never met. You know, what or who is the connection between these killers and the victim? Well, phone records reveal that one of Sigfredo Garcia's most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanua. Her nickname is Katie. Garcia and Catherine Magbanua have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship over the course of many years, and they actually share 2 kids in common. And lo and behold, when looking at the phone records, Catherine Magbanua is also one of the most frequent contacts of this defendant, Charlie Adelson. Law enforcement learned that at the time of Dan Markel's murder, this defendant was dating Catherine Magbanua. She was his girlfriend at the time. So Dan Markel was a problem that this defendant needed to solve for his family. The defendant was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel ends up being killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? It was someone with a close relationship to this defendant's girlfriend. The hitman was the father of his girlfriend's children. So you can see how both leads in this case, followed by investigators, both of them charted paths to this defendant. Not only did looking into the motive lead law enforcement to the defendant because he wanted to hire someone to kill Dan Markel, but looking into the car, fleeing the scene, also led law enforcement to the defendant through his girlfriend at the time. So 2 different investigations arriving at the same conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a third way that the evidence in this case points to this defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all of the suspects and saw that in the months after the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Catherine Magbanua all acquired some big-ticket items. Rivera and Garcia...
Yeah, Magbanua got a couple of big-ticket items.
Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Catherine Magbanua got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine Magbanua's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation, which was paid for in cash. Bank records also showed that Catherine Magbanua's account had a huge spike in cash deposits right around the time of the murder. She deposited more money into her account in the 5 weeks following the murder than in the entire previous year before the murder. This was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. Also, about 2 months after the murder, the defendant...
Magbanana. Catherine Magbanana. Catherine Magbanana Rama.
added Catherine Magbanua to the payroll at the Adelson Institute. And she began receiving regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks for 2 years after the murder. And this was despite the fact that she did not
Magma Banya is her superhero name.
Work at the Adelson Institute. So, the money was talking, but what were the suspects saying? That's what law enforcement wanted to know. So, as they're examining the phone records in this case, they see a distinct pattern surrounding important events and dates in this case. The phone calls, and they can't see the content, they can't hear the content of these calls in these phone records, but they see that the calls are occurring. And the phone calls always went from Donna Adelson to the defendant. Then from the defendant to Catherine Magbanua. Then from Catherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia.
And I love how their clever little thing of, hey, I'm only going to talk to you, and then I'm only going to talk to Katie, and then only Katie is going to talk to Sigfredo, and only Sigfredo is going to talk to Luis. This thing, this clever thing about the layering, right, is exactly how they showed the proof that it was a conspiracy, the train car conspiracy, right? You know, unless you're a homicide detective yourself, and really know what to look for. All of Charlie's bullshit about knowing about the Paul Castellano hit and fucking John Gotti becoming head of the Gambino crime family and blah, da, 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 da. Like, he talks about it like he's had dinner with these people, right? Yeah, no, was it a steakhouse in Chinatown, Little Italy? Yeah, I mean, unless you're a homicide detective yourself, you're probably not gonna, be knowing what to look for or how investigations work enough to outsmart the people who are going to be running the investigations, right? You might have a shot if you're a cop.
And back the other way. Kind of like train cars, they only touch the car right in front of them. Donna Adelson never calls Catherine Magbanua or Sigfredo Garcia. Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant was wisely insulating himself from the actual shooters by having Catherine Magbanua act as a middleman between them?
Middle person. Middle person.
Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover investigation designed to clarify who the members of the conspiracy were and how information traveled within this conspiracy. So police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of the defendant and Catherine Magbanua. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, the point that the law enforcement received authorization to do this wiretap, it was April of 2016. So it's been not quite, but almost 2 years since the murder of Dan Markel, which occurred in July of 2014. So by April of 2016, the defendant and Catherine Magbanua are no longer dating at that point. They've been broken up since the fall of 2014. Catherine Magbanua is actually back together with Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children, at that point. The defendant has moved on to many other girlfriends since Catherine Magbanua. But the defendant and Catherine Magbanua are still in regular communication and have remained very close friends since the murder. And Rivera, who was the second hitman in that Prius, he, in April of 2016, was actually in federal prison doing time on another charge unrelated to this murder. So all of the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with this murder. So even though law enforcement has authority to listen to their calls now, what reason would these people have to still be discussing the murder at this point? So police needed to stage an event that would generate conversation between the conspirators about the murder. And the plan was to send an undercover agent posing as somebody on behalf of Luis Rivera, who was incarcerated, to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to extort money out of her. And law enforcement refers to this as the bump. So, this undercover agent walks up to Donna Adelson one day as she's leaving the Adelson Institute during the day. The undercover agent hands Donna Adelson a piece of paper. And on the piece of paper is an article about the murder of Dan Markel with his picture on it and, FSU professor killed.
Mrs. Adelson? Oh, no, don't be scared. My brother Taco, he's incarcerated at the moment. He's going through some tough times, and I was with Taco up in Broward. I love how he says, actually he doesn't say it like that. That's just my version that I've morphed out of it. I was with Taco up in Broward. One day I'm going to Broward County. Just to have a look around and eat a taco.
Also on the piece of paper are a phone number and the amount of $5,000. The undercover agent tells Donna Adelson that he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's there to extort money out of her on Rivera's behalf in order to even things out. The undercover agent never says the defendant's name or anything about the defendant's involvement to Donna Adelson. Then law enforcement listens to see what will happen next. Will Donna Adelson go straight to the police to report this extortion attempt, or will something else entirely happen? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that Donna Adelson calls after the bump is the defendant. Despite the fact that the undercover agent never mentioned the defendant to her. On that first call, one would think that Donna Adelson would say to her son, "You know, it's so crazy. Some man came up to me and he's handed me this article about Danny's murder, and he's seems like he's demanding money from us." She never says any of that. In fact, she never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells the defendant that she needs to talk to him in person, not over the phone, about some paperwork.
You know, I just never have been able to work this out, okay? That call that Donna made to Charlie straight after the bump, you know, where she's being cagey on the phone and Charlie's trying to guess it out of it. Is everyone's health okay? Is it the IRS? Is it a bad Yelp review? Like, his choices of guesses are just so revealing about their business setup, isn't it? But aside from that, Donna is on the phone being cagey, right? Supposedly because she thinks there's a chance that someone, law enforcement most likely, would be listening to the call. So she's cautious enough to be cagey on the call and not direct and say, "This guy came up to me demanding money." She's like, "I've been handed some paperwork. You probably involves the two of us, so you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about." You know, it's all very careful, right? She can't be fucking dumb enough to think that some Latin king fucking gang member would have tapped their phone. I mean, for what? You know, she's being cagey because she's cautious enough to think that it could be law enforcement, right? But if you're cautious enough to be cagey, why make the phone call at all? I've just never been able to work that out. It's the stupidest thing, right? If you haven't got any, if you just assume it's a Latin gang member, you know what it might be? Maybe she thought the two things were happening simultaneously, like law enforcement had their phones tapped, but it's 2 years after the event. I think they all thought they'd gotten away with it and the cops had moved on and it was just going to be filed as an unsolved murder and whatever. But if she thought that the cops were like tapping the phones anyway, and then unbeknownst to the cops, a Latin King gang member came and threatened. I mean, but even so, just go round to his fucking Mitch Klein's office or wherever he was that day, his dental office or his house. sit at his kitchen counter and write on a piece of paper that's inside a shoebox. If you're that worried, a Latin king came up to me. He wanted cash. He handed me a picture of that. It's easy enough. I think they just have this almost like ADHD need for action now, right? Instant gratification. Stupidest fucking thing in the world. You don't catch Wendy doing that, do you? Not at all.
That was hand-delivered to her. She said that this paperwork, she says this to the defendant, it involves the two of us. And that he should know what she's talking about. She says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she also says that this TV is about 5. Donna Adelson tells the defendant that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna Adelson never says which ex-girlfriend she's referring to. She never says Catherine McBanois or Katie's name to the defendant in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never asked his mom, whose ex-girlfriend? My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew that this TV is about 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder for $5,000. And he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was Catherine McBanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, where's the defendant? The defendant calls Catherine McBanois. He doesn't call his most recent ex-girlfriend. He doesn't even call the most recent ex-girlfriend before the most recent ex-girlfriend, the one before that. No, he calls Catherine McBanois. And his call to Catherine McBanois is the only call that he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he had not dated Catherine McBanois for 1.5 years at that point. And although the defendant threatens to do it often, neither he nor his mom ever report the matter to the police. The only people that he discusses it with in these calls is Donna Adelson and Catherine McBanois. And you'll hear these phone calls between the conspirators. And as you listen to these calls, y'all will notice that they are being cautious about what they say over the phone. It's very apparent that they are very careful with their words because they are immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be listening to their conversations. So Donna Adelson calls the defendant, and the defendant's first call is to Catherine McBanois. After that, the defendant then meets up with his mom in person, like his mom requested. And his mom gives him this paperwork that the undercover agent gave her. Then next, the defendant and Catherine McBanois meet up in person. And they meet up at a restaurant in Miami called Dolce Vita. And while they sat at their table, in this Dolce Vita is a busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent sat at a table nearby with a hidden camera in their bag and recorded this conversation. And in the recording, we hear the defendant discussing whether the man who walked up to his mom could be an undercover police officer or someone who's trying to blackmail them. And if it's the latter, if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who's just trying to make a quick buck, or is it somebody who actually knows information from the inside? The defendant reassures Catherine McBanois that if it is the police, that's a good thing. The defendant thinks that if it's the police, that means that they do not have enough evidence to charge anybody. In fact, the defendant tells her, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. The defendant starts giving her some legal advice. He says that, hey, in order to prove that someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed, which unfortunately for them is not an accurate statement of the law. It's important to note, too, at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made. The only thing that police had released to the public was a photo of the Prius that fled the scene. This was the Prius that Garcia and Rivera rented and used the day of Dan Markel's murder. So police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public did not know that yet, and no arrests had been made because they wanted to do this undercover investigation. And so the fact that this photo of this Prius had been released to the public is interesting in light of some of the things that y'all will hear the defendant say to Catherine McBanois in the Dolce Vita recording. He starts giving Catherine McBanois...
Do you think Luis Rivera wishes he took a cooler car? Like, not only is he banned from the Latin Kings, disgraced for snitching, you know, and he got caught in a fucking Prius. Who in the chat has a Prius? Can you tell us why? Why?
Several analogies, all involving rental cars used to commit crimes. He reassures her that, hey, if DNA is found in a car, all that means is that at one point the person sat in the car. And if that car was later used in a crime, police can't prove that just from a person's DNA being in the car. The defendant points out to her that if a rental car is found that was at a crime scene, police also have to prove who was driving it at the time. He gives her a very relevant hypothetical of her renting a car in Miami and someone asking to borrow it and driving to Orlando to commit a robbery, and how she would be innocent in that hypothetical because she wasn't in the car at the time of the robbery. So through these analogies, the defendant is reassuring Catherine McBanois that even if police identify who rented the car that fled the scene, they still...
I think it's so funny to imagine Donna, Charlie showing this Dolce Vita recording to Daniel Rashbaum, and Daniel Rashbaum listening to it on headphones, deep in thought, acting like he sees a way out of this. All he wants is the retainer. All he wants to do is convince these suckers, these giant Adelson suckers, that he's the right man for the job, for a fee, right? Yes, what we'll do is we'll explain this away by inventing a story about an extortion. And the reason that Charlie was acting like that was to let Katie know that he wasn't talking to the police. And they bought it, you know. Why did they buy it? Because they desperately needed to find some way to hope that they could con their way out of this. It is the perfect client. Not only is he desperate for not spending his life in prison, he's been so red-handed caught by the investigation, and he's going to be so heavily hit in court, different spelling, that he is just absolutely desperate. He'll believe anything. If someone says, hey, I know a way out of this, I know how to explain it away, he'd be willing to believe. He's not going to say, no, I don't think that'll work. That was the best option they had. It just didn't work out well, did it, Charlie?
Would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for the murder, even if they did find out it was Garcia and Rivera. The defendant also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witness the suspect commit a crime, or a suspect makes a confession, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So the defendant's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence. And hey, as long as we all stay quiet, then we don't have anything to worry about. At one point, the defendant asked her, let me ask you a question. And then he asked her about money. He says, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? Like, are any of you driving around in a Bentley? Or no, it's not like any of you are driving around in a Bentley or cruising around in a mega yacht. So here the defendant's pointing out that the money wasn't used to buy anything flashy that would draw the attention of the police. And when discussing...
Yeah. Anything flashy, a fucking Toyota Camry and a 1984 Monte Carlo that he was obviously going to put hydraulics into and make it a bouncing car.
You all will hear during the course of this trial why his statement or his question about the money from the next day is particularly important. The evidence will show that Catherine Magbanua went to the defendant's home the night of the murder, where he paid her in cash. And the next
Goddamn mute button. Thank you so much, Christina, for the fabulous coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel. But, you know, we're not limited to that. You can support the channel also with helping us reach our goal at the top of the chat. You can support our goal with a super chat. Or if the High Prince of Bangladesh is in the audience tonight, we do offer lifetime memberships on our coffee club. The Metrix Coffee Club is on buymeacoffee.com, and you can become a lifelong member of the Metrix Coffee Club. How great is that? Just ask Matthew K., our most recent member to the Lifetime Coffee Club membership, guys. That is a fantastic way, and we thank you again, Matthew K.
day,
And Christina also. Thank you, Christina.
Catherine Magbanua paid Garcia and Rivera their cuts of the money. When discussing the possibility of whether this is actually some gangster trying to blackmail his family for money, the defendant says that whoever this person is, whoever it is, knows information. The defendant told Catherine Magbanua that there are two ways of dealing with this guy. They could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing them would be charged with trying to blackmail his family. And the blackmailer would start talking, and he would start calling out Catherine Magbanua's name. And then police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, fucking A, bro. Fucking A, riding shotgun. Thank you for the 6 cups of fabulous shotgun coffees. Thank you, Riding Shotgun. You know what I want to do, guys? Is I want to get a list of all of the different Charlie Adelson expressions. We've got his attempt at contrition, right? We've then got his sort of head shaky one that he does whenever the state lists his most fucking stupid act that he's been caught doing on camera. Where he sort of goes, no, they got nothing. I think there's about 6 main ones. And then we need to find 6 potatoes that are just right, just right. Because his head, I'm sure I've seen a potato that looks exactly like him. His head, anyway. Just make a little wig, get some radishes for the ears. We can make this work. We can get creative. I mean, that's how the animators do it, right?
But let him know that this is a one-time thing. And try to scare the blackmailer off by saying, hey, if you come around again, we're going to the police. So the defendant then gives Catherine McBanois very precise instructions. He wants her to call the blackmailer and tell him that, this would be what he wants Catherine McBanois to say. My friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't have any idea what you're talking about either. But the name of the person who you said is incarcerated sounds familiar. So I'm going to give you this money as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again or they're going to go to the police. And the defendant said he would give Catherine McBanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer, except he's concerned, though, that this won't resolve the issue for good. The defendant is worried that this guy is not going to go away, that he's going to keep coming back for more and more money. And the defendant offers a solution to have this blackmailer killed, and he says he's willing to pay whatever it takes. The defendant tells her that, this is the defendant talking to Catherine McBanois, this guy, meaning the blackmailer, is effing with him and his wife. And you better kill him or he's going to be a big problem because he knows who you are. And the defendant then says, if
Sigfredo Garcia is such a dangerous man that if he's coming after you, the only way to stop him is to kill him.
He can't handle this, I'll have somebody else.
It sounds like the fucking voiceover for a really bad movie trailer, doesn't it? One summer, Sigfredo Garcia was coming after you, and the only way to stop him was to kill him.
Let's do it. The defendant says, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit, because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. It's important to note during this conversation and the entire wiretap, the defendant never says Sigfredo Garcia's name. But the evidence will show that the defendant was talking about Sigfredo Garcia when the defendant says that the blackmailer was effing with him and his wife. And if he can't do it, I'll find someone else who will. Because immediately after that, the defendant checks with Catherine McBanois to make sure that Garcia has no hard feelings towards him, no reason not to help him. He says, hey, I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy about that? And he also says, our paths never crossed, meaning, hey, Garcia wasn't in the picture when he and Catherine McBanois were together. There wasn't any overlap.
Our paths never crossed. What's the consensus with the storyline about Sigfredo Garcia, the car, the kind of pseudo-confrontation where Charlie Adelson had Katie in his car and they were towing the jet ski, and apparently Sigfredo Garcia was on the pizza parlor corner, at the pizza parlor with the kids on the corner, grabbed the kids, threw them in the car, and sped over in the car, and then, what do you call it? Like, blocked them off the alleyway and put the car sideways so Charlie couldn't get out and he had to do a 3-point turn, or K-turn, with a jet ski with towing a jet ski. Nothing better than having to do a 3-point turn in an alleyway while towing a jet ski and a Latin king not really Latin king, but some fucking street thug pounding his steering wheel with his fists while you've got his woman in the car. taking her out for a fancy time on the jet ski at the beach. nothing better than having to do a 3-point turn while towing a jet ski in an alleyway. It's just, but is there any way? Does everyone believe that? I mean, I don't know. I don't really have a reason to disbelieve it. But, that sentence there, our paths never crossed. I mean, he did say that. Why would it be made up? To show that Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie and would never help him out? I don't know. We have to put a pin in it. We have to keep that fact and that question with us as we move through trial. We'll come back to that.
After hearing that the defendant wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Catherine Magbanua then...
Oh, yeah, you've got it a cappella. In a world where the only way to stop Sigfredo Garcia is to kill him.
And asked the defendant to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of by saying, he says, I don't have to. Sometimes his chairs can be a little wobbly. I know this has taken a bit, but I'm almost done. Thank y'all for being patient. All right, so she asked him to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of. He says he doesn't have to tell her the things that he'll do for her. He shows her what he'll do for her. She doesn't have to ask him for anything. He looks for things to do. He says, hey, when someone's birthday's coming up or there's car problems, she doesn't have to ask. He looks for ways to help. And after his meeting with Catherine Magbanua, the defendant immediately calls Donna Adelson to let her know that everything's fine. And he does this using some pretty obvious code words, which y'all will hear. And you'll hear the conspirators often use words to mask the meaning of what they're actually talking about. Catherine Magbanua then, also using these code words, tasked Garcia with calling the number on the paperwork and finding out if a blackmailer is a legitimate associate of Rivera or not. And in the series of recorded calls that follow, you guys are going to hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, false leads, listings, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pot-bellied pigs, relationship advice, all these different terms that are normal terms any of us may use, but they're used in context in these calls that if you're listening to the conversation do not make any sense. For example, in the calls, the defendant and Catherine Magbanua don't outright debate the pros and cons of whether they should pay this blackmailer. Instead, they talk about the fact that this property is cheap. They might expect a property like this to even be $1 million. This property seems like a great deal, but if you get the wrong tenant in there, the tenant may keep increasing the rent, and that tenant may become a lease.
The tenant may increase the rent. Okay. Does anyone notice what the fuck is wrong with that statement?
That never leaves you. So it will be up to y'all to decide whether this defendant is actually worried about a future tenant of a property that might raise the rent and pay him more money, or if the defendant is actually worried that if he pays off the blackmailer, then the blackmailer may continue to come back again and again, or send a cousin or a friend to become a leech that never leaves him, that he can't get rid of. In another of these calls, the defendant tells Catherine Magbanua that whoever this person is, this blackmailer is, he's got a lot of effing details. And in another, they discuss the fact that this blackmailer is not from the inside. And the defendant says that this guy is probably not from the first layer, but the second layer. So not someone who got info from Garcia, but maybe somebody who got info from Rivera. But one fact, and let me just say, as the jury, you all will interpret and decide what they're really talking about in these calls. Only y'all can determine the meaning and the weight to give this evidence, and only you can separate just mere coincidences from evidence in a conspiracy. But one fact, though, is really clear throughout these calls, is that all of these conspirators are hopeful that this blackmailer is law enforcement just trying to get information, because they think if it's law enforcement, then the police don't have enough to bring charges, just fishing for information, versus the other possibility, which would obviously be much worse for them, that the Adelsons are being blackmailed by somebody who actually knows inside information about...
Hey Mary, if you're out there, you were inadvertently blocked by accident for some reason. I've just unblocked you, but you might have to refresh your app or browser or whatever you're watching on if you're there. If you are there and you do get in, let us know. Be great to see you again. Sorry about that, Mary. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, it's fixed now. And thanks for Neverly Darling to let me know.
Their roles in Dan Markel's murder and may tell the police what they know. So, after this undercover operation, which was in 2016, Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, and Catherine McVanois are arrested. They're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. And Luis Rivera ended up cutting a deal with the state to tell law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible. Rivera told law enforcement that he was hired by Sigfredo Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. And Rivera described how Garcia told him that Catherine McVanois, the mother of Garcia's children, secured this job for them. And the job was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, with Rivera's cut being about a third of it, $35,000. Rivera explained that he and Garcia actually made 2 trips to Tallahassee with the intent of killing Dan Markel. The first one was a month before the murder. It was in June of 2014. And the second was when Dan Markel was...
It's on a wiretap. It's actually a Vietnamese potbelly pig, Amy, that Charlie mentions to Katie. I think he's on a boat at the time.
Actually killed in July of 2014. Rivera said that he bought a gun off the street for that second trip, and Garcia rented a car. For the June trip. Rivera bought a gun off the street, and Garcia rented the car for that trip. Garcia and Rivera did some scouting on that trip of Dan Markel's residence, some surveillance, but ultimately couldn't get the job done. They ended heading back to Miami. During the trip to Tallahassee, he said that Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were supposed to kill on it, and some handwritten notes as well. Cell phone records corroborated Rivera's information about the June trip. Rivera also told a story about an incident in Tallahassee where...
I know, right, Michelle? I love Sarah's hair. In fact, I would pay $1,000 to put Sarah Dugan's hair on Judge Everett's head. Maybe we'll have to do some photoshopping tomorrow. That would be brilliant.
He and Garcia were riding down the road in the rented Prius, and Garcia accidentally discharged the murder weapon, and the bullet...
The potbelly pig, Michelle, is a code for police officer.
It struck the floorboard of the Prius. Law enforcement tracked down that actual Prius again and were able to see evidence in the undercarriage that corroborated Rivera's information about the accidental discharge. So they're looking at the phone evidence, they're trying to find whatever they can to kind of corroborate what he's telling them. I mentioned earlier that both men, Garcia and Rivera, cut their phones off from the time that they left Premier and kept them off until well after the murder when they're on their way back home. Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to Magbanua, where Garcia...
Like, why the fuck would you even take your phone with you? I mean, that's a permanent record on a cell phone tower in a huge data center that you have zero control over. You know? There's no statute of limitations on murder. Your phone has no business going with you on the murder trip. You don't need to call anybody. Right? I mean, basic stuff. We've got to do a video soon on the blunders of Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera on this trip. The list is as long as my arm for the fuck-ups they made. It's ridiculous.
Told her that the job was done, and Magbanua assured them that they would get their money the next day, which they did. Rivera says when Catherine Magbanua brought cash to him at his home. And all this information that Luis Rivera provided them was corroborated by, including when the money was dropped off, was corroborated by cell phone records in this case. Luis Rivera told police that the next day after the murder, he was paid in cash by Catherine Magbanua, and that the money was packaged in a very unusual way.
Yeah, right, acapella. Pig for police officer. No one could ever figure that out. I'm surprised Charlie's not on the phone going, "Does anybody smell bacon? I think I smelled bacon."
The money was in stacks of $100 bills, and the money was stapled together. The stacks of 100s, every $1,000 was stapled together. During this trial, y'all will hear that the defendant had access to a lot of cash. And nothing's wrong with that.
Nothing's wrong with that. The defendant had access to a lot of cash. Our friend says, Metrix, Lewis said in his interview he knew the hit was for the dentist, but in that appeal, prosecution said Sigfredo... What appeal? Prosecution said Sigfredo didn't know it was for Charlie. How do we make sense of that? Well, I think Lewis is correct. But there is a phone call that seems to play pretty well with... There's a phone call between Katie and Sigfredo that does seem to play well into the scenario that Sigfredo didn't know who the hit was for. Certainly not for Charlie, who was fucking Katie, so he wasn't happy about him. Yeah, I guess we'll find out more as we move through trial.
He had a lot of cash because his family gives cash discounts at their dental practice, and he keeps the cash that he receives in a safe. Again, nothing wrong about that either. However, what is relevant in this case is that the defendant had a very unusual practice of keeping the cash in his safe in $1,000 stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together. just like the money Luis Rivera received. Over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests and interview of Luis Rivera, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. There were trials in 2019 and 2022, so right before the pandemic and right after the pandemic, of co-conspirators. Law enforcement also continued to try to gather all the evidence that they possibly could. They continued to interview people who may possibly have any information about the case. They tried to clarify any audio recordings that couldn't be clearly heard. While the phone wiretaps are very clear, the wiretap conversations that took place in public places when these people were meeting in person were not clearly audible back in 2016. Some still aren't. But because these public places are often too noisy. For instance, the recording of the conversation between the defendant and Catherine Magbanua at Dolce Vita had too much background noise to be able to clearly hear what the conspirators were talking about. However, since 2016, as technology developed over the years, and thanks to law enforcement's just continued dedication, law enforcement eventually found an expert that was formerly employed by the CIA with improved technology and enough expertise to clarify this recording at Dolce Vita that y'all will hear. And he did that by being able to reduce as much background noise as possible. And once this recording was clarified, which was actually just early last year in 2020.
Hey, thanks so much, Mr. Pinto Peabody, for the fabulous super chat. Super sticker, super chat. Thank you, Pinto. Okay, so Afrin, Charlie's recent appeal. Well, I don't put too much stock in Charlie's recent appeal because it's written by his appellate attorneys for his interests. But I'll read out the bit here that covers this thing about Sigfredo. At some point in July of 2014, appellant Adelson was nearly run off the road by Sigfredo Garcia. Garcia was angry about Magbanua's relationship with appellant Adelson. Garcia blocked the road and yelled at appellant Adelson and Magbanua in their vehicle. Garcia hated appellant Adelson. Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings gang in North Miami Beach. He testified as a state's witness in all of the prosecutions for Dan Markel's murder in exchange for a 19-year prison sentence, which would be served concurrent to a federal sentence he was already serving. Rivera became involved in the murder of Dan Markel through a friend, Sigfredo Garcia. Garcia came to know about this job to do the murder through Garcia's girlfriend, Magbanua. Magbanua hired Garcia, and Garcia hired Rivera. Magbanua was to get the money after the murder was done. According to Rivera, Magbanua got the money from the dentists. The money was split 3 ways, with Rivera getting $37,000. Rivera and Garcia came to Tallahassee once in June 2014 to commit the murder, but they lost track of Dan Markel while following him. When they came to Tallahassee, they had a piece of paper with a photo of Dan Markel and his address. During the subsequent July trip to Tallahassee, Rivera and Garcia learned through Magbanua that Dan Markel was leaving town the next day. All of Garcia's knowledge came from Magbanua, and anything Garcia and Rivera did in connection with the murder had to be cleared through Magbanua. Magbanua told Garcia that she would get back together with him if he did the murder for her. When they arrived at Markel's house, Rivera pulled the green Prius behind Markel's vehicle in the driveway, and Garcia got out and shot Markel twice. Garcia called Magbanua after the murder. Magbanua told Garcia, you'll get the money tomorrow. The next day, Rivera got $35,000 from Magbanua in $100 bills stapled together in bundles of $1,000. Garcia gave him $2,000 extra. Katie Magbanua was a state's witness. I've lost track of what point we're looking for. We're looking for... What did our friend say? but in the appeal, prosecution said, I don't know what you mean by the appeal prosecution. In the appeal, prosecution said Sigfredo didn't know if it was for Charlie. Are you sure that's in this document? I don't remember seeing that here. I'm trying to remember what was said in court. Anyway, I mean, I find Luis Rivera's testimony completely credible. I mean, apart from the fucking owl, lion, zebra, gorilla thing, I mean, you know, we don't know what that animal was, but everything else checks out. I mean, I just don't know what he'd be holding back. Thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the super chat also. Thanks, Riding.
2. The state arrested this defendant. The presentation of this evidence, as y'all can see from opening, it's a lot. It's a lot of information. It's going to take a little bit of time. And it may be tedious at times. And I want to thank y'all in advance for the careful attention to all of the evidence y'all see and hear during this trial. When you'll see that this defendant carried out his plan to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. He conspired and he solicited Catherine McManua to get this murder done. And he paid her for the job once it was completed. This defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or talking about it. And these acts make him guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if he pulled the trigger himself. While the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within his family, they came at a very high price. He took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys, and he caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. Y'all heard a lot in jury selection about how important this trial is to the defendant, which I'm sure it is. But Dan Markel was loved. He was a brother. He was a son. And this trial is...
What are we thinking about Daniel Rashbaum's socks here? What is he trying to tell us? That he is the modern man? Can you imagine him walking around the house with his shoes off, with his stupid stripy feet?
his family's opportunity to see justice done for the person who set up their son's murder. And at the conclusion of this evidence, y'all will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that the defendant is guilty as charged. Thank y'all.
Yeah, be sure to subscribe to the channel because we're working our way through the entire Charlie Adelson trial, witness by witness. And also check it out on our channel page, our fabulous channel page. Uh-oh, did I just move the coffee thing? There we go, there we go. I haven't heard Katie in a while. Let's hear Katie before we move on. And we are looking for a special Charlie-orientated coffee alert, but for now we'll just have to live with...
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Oh, Katie. What was I looking for? Yeah. If anyone missed the appeal, Charlie's appeal, it's way at the top on our channel page. That one. That one. That very good one right there. The third one. Check it out. What are we doing now? We're moving on to Daniel Rashbaum. Ugh. The death of Professor Markel was a tragedy. This community lost a brother, a mentor, and friend. Y'all ready for this?
The defense prepared to give its opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Judge, we just need one moment to fix wires.
Go ahead.
We just need one moment to... It's just something technical, Judge. Hey, Evan, how you doing? Good to see you, Evan. And thanks so much, Amy, for those puzzle pieces, puzzle super chat pieces. Well done, Amy. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Oh, you don't have it. Jump, Your Honor.
Hey, just before we get going, I got a coffee orientated announcement here. Where is our nope, not that one. Did I not just screenshot that? It's our fantastic leaderboard. We've got a new first place coffee champion. Where is it? Yes. Check it out. In first place, Mr. Pinto Peabody. Second place, the fantastic Matthew K. And third place is Amy. Congratulations, all top three. Yeah, I don't know when the last time I checked it was, but that's all changed now. Yeah, thank you, Pinto. Thank you for being our #1 supporter on buymeacoffee.com. Thank you, Matthew K. And thank you, Amy. Okay, Rashbaum, do your thing.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning.
Derek knows. Derek knows what's coming.
I didn't get to talk to you that much the last couple of days. My name is Dan Rashbaum, and with me is Kate Myers, and we represent Charlie Abelson.
Do we need more volume?
Now let me start by saying the obvious. The murder of Professor Markel was a tragedy. the world lost a brilliant legal mind. His family lost a son and a brother. This community lost its sense of security and lost a...
Paul M says, I love Georgia watching Rashbaum. You know she's thinking idiot. Well, yeah, that, and also I think Georgia absolutely has got his number of like, listen, man, I know you saw these desperate rich people and you came in here with nothing but a sales pitch for your own clients because you knew it was a license to print money. So do your little song and dance, bill for your hours, and move on with your life.
Good citizen. And his two boys, the nephews of Charlie Adelson, lost a loving father. His senseless murder continues to be felt throughout this community and others. It was inexcusable, despicable, evil. But what I'm going to tell you today is what actually happened. You will see that Charlie Adelson had nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. You will see that the state cannot come close to meeting its burden. Why? Because Charlie Adelson is innocent. Now, I don't have to prove innocence. What I'm telling you, I very rarely say in a courtroom as a defense lawyer. Charlie Adelson is innocent. And we'll get there. But the next thing I'm going to tell you, I also rarely say in a courtroom. And you may be surprised to hear this from a defense lawyer. I have great respect for the prosecutors and law enforcement on this case. I have admiration for their efforts after the murder of Professor Markel in trying to find out who did it. You will see that they spent countless man-hours, cell phone tower dumps, surveillance videos from a boatload of places, buses.
A boatload of places, like his boat and jet ski.
Cameras on the street. Great law enforcement activity. And it paid off.
We look at Georgia. She's just like, what is this? Okay, so you're doing the whole we love law enforcement too because we're not criminals line. Yeah, okay. Well, we've seen that before. And it was done better than you're doing it now, Rashbaum. Wrap it up, Rashbaum. Georgia was with Taco in Broward. And he told her everything. Do the right thing, man. Take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudor, man. This ain't going away.
They got the 3 killers. They convicted them. Sigfredo Garcia, convicted for life. Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanua, convicted for life. Problem is, as you just heard, the state saw no connection between these people and Professor Markel. So from the very outset, the state suspected the Adelsons, the family. You saw the chart. It wasn't limited to Charlie Adelson. Unindicted co-conspirators in this case, the state has said it, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson. The state knew, as you heard, that Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel had gone through a brutal divorce. And you're going to see it. But they couldn't find the connection. But then they had their aha moment. As you heard, they determined that at the time of the murder in 2014, Charlie Adelson was dating Catherine Magbanua. And they learned that Catherine Magbanua had had a previous relationship, on again, off again, with Sigfredo Garcia. They learned that Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua shared 2 children together. They had their connection. The problem is, that's where the state began to guess, began to make assumptions. And you will see, we will show it, that those assumptions didn't make sense. Now, I love jigsaw puzzles. I've loved them since I'm young. The reason why I love them is because they only work if every piece fits. No matter what you do with the jigsaw puzzle, if a piece doesn't fit, it becomes a mess. You can't hammer it, and you can't ignore it. Because if you ignore it, you have holes in the puzzle. What you're going to see is, with regards to this case, that's exactly what the state tried to do. They heard things, they saw things, but there were problems. They couldn't fit all the pieces together under their theories. Their theories that they told you about today. I'm going to show you how those puzzles, those pieces, they didn't fit. They don't.
You see, I mean, apart from the bullshit, version of events that is beyond ridiculous, what Rashbaum does have no idea how to do is hold people's attention. So fucking important if you're a trial attorney speaking to a jury. You know, these people are not used to taking in this, volume of information. I mean, well, maybe they are. It's all sorts of people, right? But not in a trial setting where they've got to listen and think, and it's, I'm sure it's somewhat challenging for anybody. Christopher DeCoste, on the other hand, really good at holding the attention, really good at making anyone who's listening to him want to keep listening to him. Rashbaum doesn't have that at all. And I'm sorry, I can't speed it up, guys, without, this isn't from YouTube, so I can't do that. We're just going to have to mosey on through.
Don't fit. And why? Respectfully, the state does not know what happened on July 18th, 2014. On that day, 2 crimes occurred. The first one, the state knows about. And that was the brutal.
Sandra says, if I were a juror, Rashi's statements wouldn't make sense to me. On the one hand, Rashi is saying the prosecution did a great job, but on the other hand, the prosecution is charging a completely innocent man. I really don't think he gives a fuck, Sandra. I think he knows that this is ending in a guilty verdict, and he's just here to fill out the terms of his agreement, which he's charged a fucking arm and a leg for. $2 million, a roundabout, plus benefits. You know, he just got the job. I mean, it really doesn't give a fuck.
This murder of Professor Markel. The other one, they don't know about. They're about to find out.
And Charlie is sitting there so wanting to believe that the Adelsons managed to get this attorney who knew what to do and was committed and put Charlie through coaching, training, scripting, you know, looked at all the evidence. Of course, that's great for Rashbaum because every one of those fucking hours is billed. Largely billed. You know, Charlie's sitting there so wanting to believe that this is his ticket out of the situation that he's in, that he's convincing himself. He's buying his own product. He's buying Rashbaum's product, and he's buying his own belief in the product, right? I mean, he actually is looking at this going, yeah, this is it. This is how he knows what to do. This is how it's going to work out. Everything will be explained away. You know, of course, Georgia Kaplan comes up in, is it Closing? When she's just like, there's so many explanations. No, it's when she starts questioning Charlie in Crossway, right? She's like, isn't the problem with having an explanation for everything that there's just so many explanations? And it's true. Real events don't work like that. Some things you just don't have an answer for. His whole testimony, direct and cross, came across as a rehearsed thing of someone who had meticulously gone over the evidence against him and thought, I have to explain each piece away. And when lay people like that are sitting on the jury are listening to that, there's a sense because we all know what it's like to recount a story, to listen to a story that's true or to tell a story that's true, and it just was a million miles away from a story that was true, right? It's just not how things work. If you want to quote me, date me. Oh, you want to know what call? I'll tell you what call. Okay, it was 4:20. Yeah, it was Tuesday. Fucking idiot. Broadcasting to the jury, I have gone over everything and remember the dates.
Like you. Because that day would forever change Charlie Adelson's life. But before we get there, I like cliffhangers. It's important to give you some background and timeline of the events. Charlie Adelson is 46 years old, single with a young son. He grew up in South Florida, in Coral Springs in Broward County. His father was a dentist, a local dentist. It wasn't the Adelson Institute when Charlie was growing up. It was a small dental practice.
They've got this kind of self-awareness complex about, no, we're not fancy people. It was a local dentist with 2 employees. It wasn't the Adelson Institute.
with his dad. Charlie is the middle child of 3. He is very close with his parents. As they said, he is very close with his mom. Growing up, the family was middle class. And Charlie was not particularly close with either of his siblings.
Yeah, I'll say upper middle class. Hey, let's build 2 tennis courts in our yard. Our 6-year-old child just expressed a cursory interest in tennis. So let's build 2 tennis courts and we'll play doubles as a family with a fence so we don't have to run for the ball.
He grew closer with Wendy as they got older. He went to college at the University of Central Florida, went to dental school in South Florida, and then periodontic school. When he graduated as a periodontist, he had an idea. Rather than work in his own practice, he figured that he could travel around to dental practices all over South Florida. He would be a traveling periodontist. So what you are going to learn in this case is that Charlie Adelson had practices from the very south of South Florida to as far places as Jupiter. He was in the car sometimes for hours in a day. And he worked a lot. You're going to see that. He was a workaholic. He spent a lot of time in that car. And what did he do when he was in the car to pass the time? He spoke a lot on the phone.
To his
he
mother.
would talk to whoever would listen to him. And you're going to see in this case, this is one thing we won't deny, Charlie Adelson likes to talk. And he likes to repeat himself. And who would he speak with the most? He'd speak with his girlfriend. He'd speak with his mom. He'd speak with his friends. Now, Wendy Adelson, who's a state witness, followed a different path. She went to a prestigious university in Boston. She then went to school in England on a Truman Fellowship, and later went to law school. She got scholarships for law school and college. Soon after starting law school, she met Dan Markel, and they fell in love. They got married. They ultimately moved to Tallahassee, where they both worked for FSU. Professor Markel as a law professor of the law school. Charlie Adelson didn't have much to do with either Professor Markel or Wendy during their marriage or before their marriage. He would talk to his sister periodically, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. They lived in Tallahassee for years. Charlie Adelson visited him in Tallahassee 2, maybe 3 times. Charlie loved his sister. He sought advice from her, as she did with him every once in a while. But they weren't super close. They were brother-sister. The truth is that Charlie Adelson was a little self-centered. He was building his career. See, that traveling periodontist, in the beginning, it wasn't that successful. But by the time of this case, in the 2013-2014 time period, you're going to see that Charlie Adelson was making a lot of money. His practice was booming. He was working 6, sometimes 7 days a week. You'll see it on the wires You'll see it in text messages. He would start his day early in the morning, and most days he wouldn't get home till 8, 9, 10 at night. At the time when this murder occurred, he was not married. He had no kids. He had a lot of money. And he was living a very good life. Now, in 2012, Wendy Adelson, on a trip down to South Florida, confides in her brother that she was having problems in her marriage. She told Charlie that Professor Markel had been going through marriage counseling. She asked him what he thought. He said, "Look, I want you to be happy, but you have to do what's best for you. I'm here to listen." Charlie had no involvement whatsoever in Wendy's decision to divorce Professor Markel.
I'm here to listen. I want you to be happy, Wendy, but you have to do what's right for you. I'm here to listen.
You'll hear that. And in September of 2012, Wendy filed for divorce. And you're going to hear about how she filed for the divorce, and you're going to learn that Charlie had no involvement in her leaving the house. Had nothing to do with him. But we got to talk about TVs. And you're going to hear a lot about TVs in this case. Excuse me. See, Charlie has a really bad history of telling bad jokes. So when Wendy left the house, his mom told him that she didn't have a TV. He asked her, he said, "What can I do to help Wendy? She's moved to a new place. She's left most of the stuff behind. What can I do to help?" And his mom said, "She doesn't have a TV." He said, "Okay, when you go to Tallahassee, go to Best Buy, buy a TV for Wendy, and I'll pay you for it." And so Wendy got the TV, and she called Charlie. This is back in 2012. The murder's in 2014. And she thanked him for the TV, and he didn't say he looked into hiring a hitman. He joked, a bad joke, and he said it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Now, not only was it a bad joke, but you're going to hear in this trial, Charlie repeated the joke. He repeated it a lot to a lot of people. You're going to hear that he repeated it as late as March of 2014. So the man that they think hired a hitman is joking to others about hiring a hitman. Puzzle pieces. And you're going to learn why his repeating of that joke is going to be so important. I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Keep in the back of your mind. But let's first go back to the divorce. The divorce was bitter. It was emotional. Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel, they'd have good times. But when things were bad, they would fight about everything. And in January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to relocate to South Florida with her 2 boys.
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Evan. Evan says, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive." That's beautiful, Evan. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice to deceive. Yes, that's from Hallmark's irony section. Nice one, Evan. Thank you so much for the support.
That motion was opposed by Professor Markell. Now, what you're going to learn in this trial is that Wendy Adelson never thought that motion would be granted. Her lawyer told her that motion would never be granted. But she said, let's give it a shot. Charlie had very little to do with the motion. He knew she was filing it. He knew she didn't have much chance of getting it. And the motion was denied. When it was denied, it didn't change Charlie Adelson's life one bit. But unlike Charlie, his mom and dad were upset. They were upset because their daughter had a job opportunity in South Florida. She had no family support in Tallahassee.
Paul M. says she took 350 grand from their joint account and couldn't afford a TV. Yeah. And in the letters from Donna, she was saying, "Oh, we're going to tell the judge. We're going to tell Judge Hobbs, who was doing the whole divorce, relocation, all of the litigation that was going on around the divorce, following the divorce, and so on. Tell the judge that your parents have been buying you groceries. We can provide receipts. The money that you took from the account is set aside for the boys." Man, 350 grand set aside for the boys? Are you fucking kidding?
And they wanted her home. And you will see that Donna and Harvey Adelson are very involved in their children's lives. We won't run away from that. You will see that Donna Adelson and Harvey came up with a lot of crazy ideas. I mean crazy ideas. You're going to see.
Carol Johansson. I don't think it's us, but sometimes people on the mobile app say that if you close the app and reopen it, that problem goes away. It appears to be a problem with the app, but our stream's going out clean right now.
You've heard about some of them. When they show you those crazy ideas, take a look if any of them includes murder. Doesn't. Take a look at any of those crazy ideas include anything illegal. It doesn't. Take a look at if they're actually then go to lawyers to make sure that their ideas are legal. Murderers. You heard it. Unindicted co-conspirators going to lawyers to make sure that what they're offering is allowed. You're going to see that. But the ideas were crazy. You're going to read the emails, a lot of emotion. A mother-in-law, a grandmother with a lot of emotion. And you're going to see that Wendy Adelson, she rejected them. She rejected the ideas. They were never presented to Dan Markel. And then you're going to see that there was another idea. They have mentioned it in their opening, but they don't understand the importance of it. See, at one point in time, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson came with an idea to pay Professor Markel $1 million to allow their daughter to relocate. And they went to Charlie, who frankly by this point in time had more money than them, and they said, will you lend your sister $350,000? She'll pay you back or we'll pay you back. And he said, sure. And you're going to see that they presented this idea to Wendy Adelson. And the idea wasn't to take the boys out of Professor Markel's life. The idea was that with $1 million,
Yeah, we weren't going to take the boys out of Professor Markel's life. We were just going to end his life.
if Professor Markel agreed, he could live in South Florida and commute back and forth to Tallahassee. He could work out his schedule. He didn't teach every day of the week. He could work out his schedule so that he could still teach at the university and go back and forth. You're going to see that Wendy Adelson never made that offer. But it's very important. Like the joke, I want you to put it in your back of your mind for now. Let's fast forward to October 2013. October 2013, Charlie started dating Catherine Magbanua. We'll call her Katie. She was beautiful. She was smart. Like Charlie, she graduated from UCF. She was hardworking. He met her in one of the dental practices. At first, the relationship was casual. They wanted it that way. Charlie particularly liked it, and liked Katie, because she had 2 children. He worked a lot. His priority was his job. And Katie didn't bother him a lot. He only saw her like once, maybe twice a week. That's what he liked. And she was smart.
Yeah, and he was seeing 4 other girls the other days of the week. Why doesn't he just say he had a hot Asian fuck buddy that he could use and have them do everything on his terms? And he liked it.
She was fun. And he treated her very well. And that was very different, you'll learn, from how she was treated previously. Now, you'll hear that he spent a lot of time with Katie over the months that they dated. And remember how I told you Charlie talks a lot and repeats himself a lot? Well, when they were together, he did just that. He talked about his day. He talked about what was going on in the world. He talked about his family, which, by the way, was a constant topic every single day. Because when Charlie's driving in the car every morning for an hour to work and an hour home, sometimes longer, he talked to his mom on the phone. And when he talked to his mom on the phone, what would be a topic of heavy conversation quite frequently? Wendy's divorce. All the problems in the divorce. They told you that. They told you that in opening. And what would Charlie do? He would tell these things to his girlfriend. And what were some of the things he told her? Well, he told her about the $1 million offer. He told her that he could pay it in cash. She said, that's a lot of money. He said, no, I have it in cash. And I'm going to get it back. He told her several times the joke. Over time, you're going to see through text messages that Katie wanted a deeper relationship. And you'll see that Charlie didn't want that. You'll also learn, and the timeline is important. They meet in September. They start dating in October of 13. You're going to see that over time, it takes a couple months, Charlie starts to learn a little bit more about Katie's ex, Sigfredo Garcia. And what you're going to learn is that Charlie Adelson never meets Sigfredo Garcia officially, but by all accounts, he was not a good guy. Violent. Long criminal history. Sigfredo Garcia and Katie had been high school boyfriend-girlfriend. And Katie was the love of Sigfredo's life. He lived for her. And you're going to see that Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie Adelson. Puzzle pieces. So let me repeat it. You saw their chart. The shooter of Professor Markel, the man who murdered him, hated Charlie Adelson, according to them, his co-conspirator. And you're going to hear, not from our witnesses, from their own witnesses, that he wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. You're going to hear that in March of 2014, just 7 or 8 weeks before that first attempt of murder that they talk about, he tried to kill him. Puzzle pieces. You're also going to hear about a phone call on July 1, 2014. You're going to actually hear that July 1, 2014 call is how they found these guys. It's actually the craziest fact in this entire case, and there's a lot of crazy facts.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy facts, aren't there? I mean, yeah, there's just so many crazy facts. But the great news is that you and your client can explain them all.
You're going to hear that on July 1, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia made a call.
Hey, Cynthia. Yeah, we're on the same time zone. I always thought that was weird because South Africa's so far away, but it's just straight down, right? That's how it works.
To the cell phone number of Harvey Adelson. It's the only call that helped investigators connect these folks to the Adelsons in the beginning. It actually broke the case. What they don't know, what you're going to see, it's in text messages. It's discussed on the wires. They don't know it because they don't understand it because they weren't there. Is that on July 1st, 2014, just 3 weeks or so after the first murder attempt. And by the way, just 17 days.
Look at this. This is the this is the big thing that Daniel Rashbaum has made. That is like a 5-minute job. 10-minute job. Look at it. It's not even clear. Like, you have to work to break it down for it to mean anything, right? You can't just pick that up and have it immediately make sense. If you hold it, yeah, you can spend time and look at it and work it out. But even the years at the bottom are all different widths, so it just doesn't. It's not a good use of spatial layout at all. Fucking terrible. September 10th, 2012. Wendy files for divorce. January 14th, 2013. So 3 months later. Well, 4. Relocation motion. Tallahassee to Miami. June 20th. Relocation denied. July 31st, divorce final. October 2013, Charlie Adelson begins dating Catherine Magbanua. Do you know anyone that can rough someone up? March 11th, Yardbird dinner. See, it all starts to come in real quick, doesn't it? First murder attempt. Road rage incident. Professor Markel murdered. And then 2 years later, the bump, Garcia arrested, Rivera arrested. Magbanua arrested October 1st. And Charlie arrested weeks before Magbanua trial, 21st.
Before the murder. Let me repeat that. The murder happens on July 18, 2014. On July 1st, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia tries to run Charlie off the road. He threatens him.
He really works for these shock factors that are like, we don't believe a word you're saying, man. Sigfredo Garcia tried to run him off the road. Next, get to your point.
And what you're going to hear is that on July 1, he's so upset that he calls the Adelson Institute.
I know, Evan. Donna is so fucking delusional that she's sat at home in the Icon watching this live, thinking that he is that he is the shit, right? That he's going to tear down the state's case. It's just unbelievable.
He doesn't realize that Charlie isn't the doctor at the Adelson Institute. He just comes in and out of the place. So he gets their voicemail machine, and you know how dentists are. They say in an emergency, call a cell phone number. They take your call at home on the cell phone number. Well, he hears in an emergency, call Dr. Adelson at such and such number. He thinks he's calling Charlie Adelson, but he calls Harvey Adelson. And he calls him, and he threatens him. He tells him, if you keep dating Katie, we're going to go mano y mano. I'm going to kill you.
Whoa, mano y mano.
17 days before, according to them, he conspired with this man to kill Professor Markel. Puzzle pieces. What you're going to learn is that in the spring of 2014, it became apparent to Katie that her dreams of financial security with Charlie were not going to work out. You will learn that Katie heard the hitman joke. You will learn that she heard the $1 million offer and she got some ideas in her head. The state itself has called Catherine Magbanawa the mastermind. And that's exactly what she was. So now, let's get to July 18th. I kept you waiting long enough.
Hey, thanks again, Evan. Evan says Sigfredo wanted to run Charlie over at Yardbird Restaurant before getting paid. What the fuck? Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, the Yardbird dinner was in March, so I don't know if there's, I don't think I remember hearing anything that Sigfredo would have known about the job at the Yardbird dinner. The theory about the Yardbird dinner that I find utterly ridiculous is the one where Sigfredo and Luis were summoned by Katie to appear at Yardbird but stay across the street in a vehicle so that Katie could show to Charlie and Wendy that these were the thugs that would be doing the job. I don't know where people come up with these ideas. It's like, what the fuck? Just think about that. What is that? Yeah, there they are. Those are the guys that and what the Sigfredo flashes the headlights from across the street. I mean, you know, it's just silly. But I do believe that there's that the Luis Rivera version of those events holds up to reality. I mean, we know that each Sigfredo and Katie were like mutually split, but also pissed off at the other one because they were dating other people. You know, Katie, there's reports of Katie driving past Sigfredo's house, screaming out of the car, you know, slowly driving past the house, screaming out of the car window, "You're with that fucking whore!" You know, stuff like that. And so kind of following each other round, you know, it's totally believable to me that Sigfredo was maybe stalking her a bit and knew about the dentist and was angrily venting to his best friend and brother because he was just, you know, blowing off steam, and then, you know, said in a probably semi, you know, exaggerated way. I don't think he was actually going to drive his truck over the fucking whole outdoor seating area of Yardbird in broad daylight. I mean, that's just way over the top. But people say things that are way over the top, you know. Fucking there she is with that guy. I could take this truck and run them over right now. You know, that's just part of blowing off steam, right? I mean, that's believable to me. I don't think he was actually going to do it, but it's believable to me that he was watching them at Yardbird because he was showing his best friend and brother the guy that she was seeing and saying how pissed he was about it. I mean, that adds up. That adds up, I think.
The June attempt didn't happen because Rivera didn't want to kill Dan Markel when his boys were around. See, what you're going to learn is during that June attempt, on June 4th, 5th, Professor Markel had custody of the boys. You're going to learn that Professor Markel and Wendy Adelson shared custody 50-50. But you're going to learn that the state thinks Wendy Adelson was involved with her brother in a murder for hire, and she chose for the killers to kill her ex-husband when he had custody of her kids. Puzzle pieces. So you're going to learn that Luis Rivera, who is a bad guy, he had some conscience somewhere and he didn't want to do it in front of the kids. So they came back. By the way, on July 18th, who had custody of the kids when the murder actually happened? Professor Markel. You're going to hear he dropped them off at school. But this family who did this so that their grandchildren could be with them were going to risk for 2 hired hitmen to go up when he had custody of the kids.
Oh, I had the mute button on. Yeah, Evan, Metrix, they were in car watching them outside the Yardbird, yeah. But not to be displayed to Wendy and Charlie as like, those are the guys that are going to do the job for you. That's bullshit, whoever came up with that theory. But yeah, like I said, I believe that Sigfredo was watching them at Yardbird. I have no reason to disbelieve that, and it fits. It fits with the pattern of behaviour that we see reported from other sources of information. You know, it fits with the relationship of him and Luis and the rhetoric that was said to have been said, as testified by Rivera. Works for me at face value.
Puzzle pieces. July 18th for Charlie starts as a normal day. He works. You're going to see he lives in Fort Lauderdale. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with South Florida, so I'm going to give you a little bit of geography lesson. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. That day he's working in 2 offices.
Familiar with South Florida? You're talking to a jury in Tallahassee, fucking Daniel Rashbaum. None of them have even been outside Leon County, okay? They all live on Monroe.
He'd often work in 2 offices a day. He'd work in the morning at one place and the afternoon at another. So he's working in 2 offices. The first office he's working in, both of them actually, are in Jupiter, Florida. Now, if you're familiar with South Florida, Fort Lauderdale and Jupiter are not close. With South Florida traffic, in the morning, he was in the car for at least 2 hours. Now, he came home late that night, you're going to hear, so traffic was a little bit better, but it's probably still an hour to an hour and a half. Jupiter is north of Palm Beach. When I drive up here and I hit Jupiter, I know I'm about a third of a way here. That's a good way to look at it. If you live in Fort Lauderdale, when you hit Jupiter, you're 1/3 done. He's in the car, and he's talking on the phone. And you're going to see it. We're going to show you what the phone calls are about. He talks to his sister, talks to his mom, talks to his girlfriend. We'll talk to you about it. There are phone calls. You're going to see it. There are a lot of phone calls. And there are a lot of phone calls to his girlfriend. And there are a lot of phone calls to his mom. We're not going to deny that. And he works in these two offices. And at around 6 o'clock, you'll see a text message that he's about to start a very long surgery, a big procedure. By the way, the text messages throughout the day are normal. Just after 7 p.m., he gets a call from his mom. And he's told that Professor Markel has been shot. And he's shocked. He's upset. His first reaction is, Wendy and the boys okay? He's supposed to have dinner originally with a friend that night. But earlier in the day, that changes, and he's supposed to have dinner with Katie. And you're going to hear that Katie and him had gotten in a fight a couple days earlier about dinners. You'll hear it. And what you'll learn is after he finds out what happened, tells Katie he doesn't want to go to dinner. He leaves the office at around 8 o'clock in Jupiter. And you'll learn that Katie tells him she'll come to his house that night to comfort him. He's shook up. Now, let me be clear. You're going to hear he wasn't close with Professor Markel. They weren't friends. They had nothing in common. But he was shook up because someone he knew, the father of his nephews, had been shot. When Katie arrived that night, and you're going to learn more details of how she gets there, what she has to do to get there. It's not planned. You're going to see that. The state's going to put on that evidence. You're going to learn that she's scrambling to get a babysitter. You're going to learn, by the way, that Charlie had seen her for lunch the day before. So if it's a murder for hire, why didn't she get the money then? Puzzle pieces. But you're going to learn that she gets there that night, sometime after 11. And when she gets there, she is frantic. She's upset. And he's scared because he's never seen her this way. And she sits him down and she tells him something terrible has happened. She says that a friend of hers had shot Professor Markel. She tells him over and over that she had nothing to do with it. But these people, she was talking too much. And her friend and these people learn about the problems that his family was having with Professor Markel. They learned about the $1 million offer. And they got it in their minds to do this.
Not one single member of that jury is not calling bullshit on this immediately. It's just not delivered with anywhere near any sort of conviction, anything even approaching the conviction that would make it that would make anyone think, look at Judge Everett's face. Look at the court examiner's face. She's like, did I hear that right? Am I about to write down the stupidest fucking excuse ever said in court? Yes. Yes. Let's hear some more of it.
As you can imagine, Charlie his life has just forever been altered. He asks, who are these people? She won't tell him. It's not safe for you to know. Screaming at her. She won't tell him. Charlie had a guess. You will hear in detail what happened that night. You will learn that Charlie Adelson was told if he didn't pay within the next 48 hours, he or one of his family members would be next.
If she's come round to tell him and is crying, why did he have to guess? He loves to guess. Is it the IRS? Did the IRS kill Professor Markel? Did a disgruntled dental patient kill Professor Markel? That would have been better. A patient of Charlie Adelson's. One of his crowns fell out, and he took a drive to Tallahassee.
You will learn that Katie repeatedly said that she had nothing to do with it and acted distraught. You will hear how she said that she would help him. You will learn about the initial payment. It wasn't $100,000. It was more than $100,000. He took out everything he had in his safe. You're going to learn about that. The state doesn't know it. It was more money.
The state doesn't know that. The state don't know anything. They got it wrong. The state are about to find out with all of you.
But you're going to learn he didn't have $333,000. So he had to pay every month. They don't know about that either. Payments every month. Does that sound like a murder for hire? Or does that sound like extortion? You're going to hear about these gifts. And you're going to learn that the gifts were just that. They were gifts. Because as time went on, he became more and more certain that Katie was not involved. He became more and more certain that she was helping him. And he wanted to keep her happy too because he needed her. He needed her help. And you will hear that the payments changed a couple months after the night of the extortion. 2 crimes. You'll hear that the payments changed and that Katie was put on the books of the Adelson Institute. Paper trail. They created a paper trail. Puzzles don't fit. Pieces of the puzzle don't fit. And you'll hear that in order to put her on the books, despite Katie telling him the night of July 18th, you can never talk about this with anyone. You can never talk on the phone about this. You can never talk about it in public. You can never talk about it anywhere. Because if they find out, they will kill you and your family. If they think the police are coming to you to talk to you, they will kill you. Look at what they did to Professor Markel. But you will hear that he told someone. He had to. He told his mom. You'll learn that she was the bookkeeper for the Dental Institute. You'll learn why he had to tell her. You'll learn about those checks. They've never been able to understand. Why are they so sequential? Why are they back and forth? You'll learn why. They talk about the bump in 2016. what I like to call is the second extortion. What they don't realize is that their undercover operation was an extortion on an extortion. They don't know it. It's not their fault. And we're going to go through the wires with you. We're going to go through Dolce Vita with you. And we're going to show you how they actually prove his innocence. We're going to show you
What proves his innocence, Dan? The tape where he's saying you better kill him because if he fucks with the king, I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. This will be done. If they fuck with my family, it's gonna be Nazi shit. You mean that tape where he's talking real tough in the restaurant and that proves his innocence? Yeah, I think we heard you say that in the fucking Arthur hearing yesterday. Moron.
how they are talking carefully. They're talking to him. He's talking about an extortion. They're happy if this bump is the police, because if it's the police, none of them are going to get killed. If it's a bad guy, they're in danger.
If it's the police, none of them are going to get killed. Well, you can get killed in prison. In fact, I think Sigfredo Garcia gave the green light, didn't he? A price on his head. Not only do you get life in prison, plus 30 years for conspiracy, plus 30 years for solicitation, all running consecutive. I think they call that the maximum possible fucking sentence. Oh, I loved it yesterday. No, was it? When was it? When did we watch the sentencing? Oh, it was with when we went through his appeal document. We read the whole 91 pages the other day, but no. At sentencing, Judge Everett is asking the state, what do you recommend, or whatever, what do you recommend for the sentence? And Georgia Kaplan stands up and says, Judge, we recommend consecutive. We are asking for consecutive sentences for the conspiracy and the solicitation to first-degree murder. And she gives a nice reason why that is, why that should be considered. And then Judge Everett hears that and then goes over to the defense and says, and Mr. Rashbaum, do you have any recommendations for sentencing? And Rashbaum, who's just checked out at this point, doesn't give a fuck, he just stands up and says, we would ask that they not be consecutive. That's it. That's his entire argument. I mean, what could he say, really? But yeah, I was saying, not only do you get a life sentence, plus 30 years for the conspiracy, plus 30 years for solicitation, but there's also a price on your head set by a fucking prison gang. I mean, great. And like, who does he hang out with? He's Jewish, but the Jewish people aren't going to like him. The Jewish group in prison. Because he's fucking got a Nazi obsession. In World War II, Nazis were dropped behind enemy lines. No, was it? American soldiers dressed as Nazis were dropped behind enemy lines to get what they wanted. Fucking, and the other people won't want to hang out. Who's he going to hang out with? The blacks? the Hispanics, the Asians, the Jews, the whites, the Aryans. What other groups are there? I think that's pretty much it, isn't it? Oh, the Muslims. Don't forget the Muslims. Yeah. I mean, I guess he's in the kind of protective custody with like the fucking child molesters and maybe gang dropouts. Well, not Luis Rivera. I don't think that'd be a good match.
If you do a murder with someone, the last person in the world you want this bump to be is the police. Because it means they're onto you. Puzzle pieces. Not from the first layer, she says, but from the second layer. I got goosebumps when she...
Oh, hey, good night, Amy, and thanks for the good night super chat. Thank you, Amy. Good night, boss, and everyone. Yeah.
She said it.
I'll stick it out for a little bit more.
It's one of my favorite lines in the recording. Not from the first layer, the first extortion, but from the second layer.
Oh, so that's evidence that there were two, because you're telling us. But you would say that.
20 months later is the bump. That's the second layer to Charlie Edelson at that point in time.
It doesn't even flow well, this bullshit story. It's like, hang on, what do you mean 21 months later? Now second is who, what?
You will also see. And what's going to be weird about this case, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to start to see it today.
Evan raises an interesting point and says they can't arrest Wendy until after Donna's trial. They need her to testify. If arrested, they can't put her on the stand. Well, do they need her to testify? You know, let's say Wendy Adelson got hit by a bus tomorrow, right? We can only hope. That would, please God, just do it. You think there's not enough to convict Donna Adelson if Wendy was not testifying? I think there's bags of stuff to convict, you know. We looked at this before, Evan, and we thought, what has Wendy Adelson brought to the table of any of the three prosecutions that have already taken place in this case? She testified in Garcia Magbanua. She testified in Magbanua's retrial. She testified in Charlie's trial. I'd be interested if anybody in chat can point to one great thing that Wendy offered in any prosecution that aided that prosecution. This is more what I'm thinking. Wendy's not needed to testify. Hasn't been needed in any of the prosecutions. Had she not have testified in any prosecution, all of them would have had the same result. And should she not testify in Donna's trial, it wouldn't impact the likelihood of Donna being convicted. There is tons of stuff to show her guilt, culpability in the case. For me, it's been much more about Georgia having the opportunity to give Wendy Adelson the interrogation that she never had, that she should have had by General Isom on July 18th, 2014. But for whatever reason, that didn't go very far. The more exposure Georgia has to Wendy on the stand, under the guise of her being called to testify. Of course, Wendy wouldn't show up for some proffer or deposition or, you know, something outside these rules and use and derivative use immunity. Georgia is very careful about the questions that she asks, and thus can sometimes seem a little soft on Wendy. Of course, it gets hotter and hotter each trial as we go. It was very polite and cordial in the first trial. Katie's retrial, it was a little bit more intense. By Charlie's trial, Georgia v. Wendy on the stand was fucking hot contest, you know? Riled. Every time Georgia gets the opportunity to speak to Wendy in this way, Georgia learns a little bit more about Wendy's buttons, about Wendy's limits, you know, about Wendy's style. And it's just, you know, it seems much more to be Wendy is being saved to last so that Georgia has the opportunity to learn the most about who will surely be her most worthy adversary of them all in this matter. Which is funny because I predict that when Wendy is arrested and faces trial, she will be the only Adelson with the intelligence not to testify in her own defense. Donna surely will be. Donna's got one fucking card that she's hoping is enough to save her ass, and that's I'm fucking too old and infirmed and to convict, and what's the point when I'm going to be dead in 3 years anyway? She's just hoping one jury can't get across that line to send a fucking elderly, ill woman to prison. That's what she's hoping for, and to do that, she's got to get on the stand. Wendy's in a different position. Wendy's going to have the best lawyer we've seen, right? Wendy's lawyer's going to make fucking Daniel Rashbaum look even more of a midget munchkin than he already does. Little furball. But yeah. So if anyone's got a point in the chat about, I'd be genuinely interested to see it. In what way has Wendy actually served any of the prosecutions? In what way would she be an essential component to Donna's prosecution? Because I wasn't able to find one myself.
Okay. Much of their case, I agree about. They're going to put witnesses up there. I'm not going to ask them one question. Some of their evidence is exactly the truth. It just doesn't prove a murder. The stapled money, it's his money. You will also see that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25, 2016. You will see that Luis Rivera was arrested on June 2nd, 2016. You will see that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1, 2016. Guess who wasn't arrested? Charlie Adelson. He wasn't arrested for 6 more years And what you're going to see is that they have the exact same evidence in 2016 against Charlie Edelson that they do today. The same liars. They talk about an enhanced Dolce Vita recording. You're going to get both recordings. You determine if you can hear anything better.
Sandra, the divorce is physical evidence. It's public record. They don't need Wendy to introduce that. Wiretaps, authenticate the wiretaps. Well, they don't need that either. We can hear them. The emails also are just, they're in evidence. I mean, those were taken from Wendy's laptop when she handed it over to Isom. Isom followed her home on July 18th, 2014. She gave him the laptop. And it is curious that Wendy would have surely known those emails were on the laptop. Oh, I've got to write down that point to bring to the attention of one of our moderators. Wendy would have known emails were on laptop when she gave it to Isom. What else have we got here? Donna now looks like a busted sofa. Oh, I like that. This bullshit story. I think that should have been the name of Wendy's book instead of This Is Our Story. Just this bullshit story that no one can finish because it's so shit. Evan says, oh, Donna will go to prison if she gets a Serta mattress. Yeah. I think at this point she'd take a Sealy. Give me a Sealy mattress and a gym mat pillow. I'm done. Wendy is so unlikable. And unattractive. I don't get these people that say, oh, Wendy's total psycho bitch, but man, she's hot. I don't see it. There's that one picture of her in the black dress next to the water where her figure looks good. And her head's too out of focus to see her horrible smile. That's it. I do not think she's attractive at all. Tanya Hurley says she becomes more of an asset to the defense. The defense will certainly use Wendy to their advantage at Donna's trial. I'm trying to think how they might do that. I mean, so much of Daniel Rashbaum's supposed defense of Charlie strangely seemed to more be defending Wendy, even though she wasn't currently on trial. Georgia Kappelman herself even alluded to that at some point when she spoke to the jury and said, why are they spending so much time defending Wendy? She's not on trial for these events. Brackets, yet, close bracket. But in Donna's trial, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that Wendy will even be liaising with Donna's defense team.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hi, Jutta. Thank you for the coffee. Yeah, I am eating some sweets. Sorry, is it crunchy? It's a sucking candy. It's I feel like Judge Everett. Yeah, no, I think Wendy, after Charlie's conviction, massive distance from the family, including any future defenses, perhaps. So I know what you're getting at, but I just kind of feel like Donna's defense team either won't trust Wendy, or they might just keep her a little bit at arm's length. We'll see. I'm not sure how Wendy could be used to the advantage of Donna's trial, though. I'm not sure. Acapella's got the thinking right. She's going to be doing, her whole thing, walking over to the stand, being helped into the chair by deputies, the whole trial. I mean, the evidence is irrefutable. There's no sound jury that are unswayed by sympathy, which they shouldn't be, but it does happen, obviously. Their really only hope is one jury member going, oh, she's too fucking old and ill to send to jail and I can't get over the line. Sorry, not guilty. Hang the jury at least. I mean, I think it's virtually impossible that she'd get all 12 to say that, but, if she gets a hung jury, that's a win for her. That would be a big win. In the face of this evidence, getting a hung jury for Donna would be a huge win. Really the best she can hope for. But I really don't think the state would decide to not retry her. They'd have her on trial again in 90 days. If Donna could get 2 mistrials, then the state might give up and just go for Wendy. But of course, Donna being released would affect how Wendy's arrest would be and trial would be seen, surely, even though perhaps it shouldn't. I'm not exactly sure of the wording of the policy, of the law on that, but all the Jeff stuff about her. Well, she denies all the Jeff stuff. So that doesn't really help much. Basically, I've watched it 1,000 times and I see nothing Wendy's done in any trial that has even slightly assisted in the prosecution getting over the line. It very much more seems like Georgia's opportunity to get to know her enemy. And of course, Wendy knows that. But Wendy really likes playing with that line of, you know, looking Georgia in the face, knowing that they both know the state of engagement here. Wendy knows that Georgia knows that she's full of shit. And Georgia knows that Wendy knows she knows, you know. But it's not being said because the bell ain't rung yet. Let's try and get through these comments. It's the same as in 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Rashbaum reminds me of trying to make words minimums on colleagues' essays. Rashbaum reminds me of trying to make words minimums on college essays. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Superfluous descriptors. CFE says, honestly, Dan Markel's family deserves justice years ago. It sickens me, this strategy of the long game. Absolutely. And they've not been too happy about it either, you know. They have to travel down to fucking Florida all these years. Evan says, Georgia must have a reason to put Wendy on stand. We need to think like Georgia. Yeah, I do. And I think it's a good opportunity for Georgia to, you know, learn about Wendy. Or maybe not learn about Wendy because Wendy's full of shit. Learn about how Wendy likes to operate. How Wendy chooses to portray and behave rather than what she actually is, because that's a fucking mystery. It's not really a mystery, really, but you know what I mean. It's not. She's not honest in her portrayal. None of Wendy's emails have been used yet, except the forwarded one to 13 people. I've been looking for a copy of the email that she sent to Jeff, you know, after the awkward yoga session. My head and my heart are saying two different things and I can't reconcile them, you know, where she said I need a week, no contact for a week, on murder week. Maybe it's locked into evidence. And Evan says, Metrix, was any money recovered from Sigfredo and Luis? Can it be matched with money in Harvey's safe, Charlie's safe, tied together? It's already matched. No money was recovered. But we know it was stapled. We know it was washed. And there's cell phone tower evidence and opinion evidence from Catherine McBanower that Donna dropped off the money for Charlie, right? Her cell phone was at the house, and it went onto the Alligator Alley, what do you call it? Bypass, toll booth road, highway, whatever, at a certain point. I don't think there's any question that the money came from the Adelsons. I mean, Charlie's defense admits that it did because of the staples, and that he had a strange practice of stapling his money. But as far as recovering any of it, that money's long spent. You know, they blew it in a matter of, weeks. Sigfredo put 6 months rent on an apartment up front. Bought a Nissan, what was it? A Nissan, I forget the model. A saloon.
See, the state's case against Charlie Adelson is a case of assumptions. It's a case of guesses. It was not brought until weeks before Katie Magbanowa's trial. You can ask yourself why. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to ask for your patience in this case. A man's life is in your hands. He's innocent. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you catch his little smirk at the end there? Okay, opening statements are done. Let's go to witness 1, James Geiger, in the hot seat.
Good morning, Mr. Geiger.
Good morning.
Please spell your name for the court reporter.
First name James, James, middle initial W, last name Geiger, Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, do you live here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live?
I live on Trescott Drive in Tallahassee.
How long have you been living on Trescott Drive?
I think it's about 45 years now.
Judge, without objection, I'll move into evidence states 1.
States 1 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of the laptop.
You may.
Okay. Did you used to have a neighbor by the name of Dan Markell?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, restate the question.
When did Mr. Markell live next door to you?
Oh, well, it was, he died 9 years ago, and he had been there about 5 years before that.
All right. And where in relation to your home did Mr. Markell live?
He was my next door neighbor.
All right. So if we're looking at this photograph right here, which one is your home?
The one on the right is my home. The one on the left was Danny's.
All right. So that driveway there with the vehicle in the driveway, would that have been Mr. Markell's driveway?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Can you tell us about something that occurred back on July 18th of 2014?
On that morning, my wife and I were sitting in our living room, which looks out over Trescott Drive here, and we were working with an iPad on a couch, and we heard a noise, a loud bang. We weren't sure what it was, and I quickly got up to see what might have caused that noise. And there had been at the time some burglaries in the area, and I was concerned that perhaps that had been a burglary attempt. And so as I approached, we have a large window looking out on the street, and as I got to the window, I looked to the left and to the right because I wasn't sure where the noise came from. But on my right, as I looked out, I saw a car quickly back up out of the driveway and then head towards Benton Road very rapidly.
Let me interrupt you for just a moment. Judge, if there's no objection, I'd like to introduce States 2 and 3 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 2 and 3 are admitted at this time.
May I publish 2, please? Okay, so is this the view you had from your window looking out toward Mr. Markel's drive?
Yes, that's correct.
And you say you saw a vehicle backing up out of his driveway?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was it?
Well, I caught it out of the corner of my eye, so it was not, I didn't look at it real hard, but it looked like a Prius to me, looked like a silver or white colored Prius.
Anything about the way it backed out? Did it do that normally or
So
something?
it just went very quickly, and that's what caught my attention.
All right, and which way did it go after it backed out of the drive there?
As it backed out of the driveway, it headed to the right, which was towards Benton Road.
All right, were you able to see the occupants of
Acapella says, I was just reading that stapling dollar bills can be considered defacing U.S. currency. Tack on a couple of extra weeks to Charlie's sentence. Fucking A, bro.
the vehicle?
No, I couldn't see any inside.
Did you do anything to further investigate the situation? Could we publish 3, please?
Well, as I said, I was concerned that we had heard that there had been some burglaries in the area, and so I thought that I would walk next door to see if that might have been what happened. And as I approached Danny's house, I noticed that the garage door was up, and his car was in the garage, and it was running. And so I stopped then almost as I got to the garage, and I thought, well, so much for a burglary. If he's getting ready to leave, it wasn't anything like that, and so there must not be a problem. And I turned around and went back to my house at that point.
All right, what about once you got back inside the house? Did you do anything else?
Yeah, I as I got back in, I
Good night, Michelle. See you later. Thanks for coming.
kind of stood right at this window, and why, I'm not sure, but I just thought I would stand there for a minute or two and wait for him to go ahead and back out and leave. After maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, he hadn't backed out yet, and I said to my wife, I said, something seems wrong to me. I don't know what it is. Danny hadn't left yet. I think I'm going to walk back over there and check things out. And so that's what I did, was to walk back over again.
And what happened when you got over there?
Well, as I got back over, the garage door was still up. The car was still in the garage. It was still running. And I thought perhaps then that maybe he was on a phone and was simply staying there while he had his phone conversation. But again, I just wasn't quite sure, and I said to myself, well, I'm going to walk on into the garage and make sure everything's okay. And
Mr. Geiger,
that's what I did.
In the 5 years or so that you'd lived next door to Mr. Markel, had you ever had an occasion to go over there and check on him before?
No.
So he probably sat in his driveway talking on the phone before, right?
He may have. I don't know. He was in the garage this time. I wouldn't have known if he was there or not.
All right, but for whatever reason, the hairs on the back of your neck stood up this time.
I don't know that they stood up, but there was just something that said I need to check it out.
All right, so what happened when you got over there?
Well, as I said, I decided I'd walk on into the garage. I felt a little awkward doing that.
Isn't it amazing when this stuff happens, you know? Like, he doesn't know but his brain is like, something's wrong, you know. So cool that we do that, our species. It's like, yeah, I don't know what's wrong, but this is wrong, and I gotta go and check it out.
But I walked on in, and I looked at the driver's side window, and it was busted out. And at that point, I recalled stepping on glass. And as I looked in, then I could see a man's head. It was bloody, and it was looking through. Part of the glass was still there from the driver's side window, but part of it was blown out. And I looked inside, and I saw a head. It was bloody, and it was moving back and forth slowly.
Mm-hmm. And was it Mr. Markel inside the car?
Yeah, and I said, "Danny, what happened?" And there was no response, just that slow moving back and forth. And I hollered out again, Danny, what happened?" And there was still nothing. And at that point, I knew he needed help, and I had to call 911. And so I reached into my pocket, which is where I normally keep my cell phone, and it wasn't there. And then I recalled that while I was sitting on the couch, I'd taken it out and set it down there. So I quickly ran back to the house. It's not very far away, as you can see, and got my phone and then called 911.
Did you know anything about Dan Markel? Did he have a family living there with him?
Yeah, he and his wife had just been married when they moved into that home, and they were there, and then a couple of years later they had a child, and then another child, and they had some difficulties, and they divorced, or I guess we're in the process of being divorced, and she had moved out, and so Dan stayed there. Frankly, we didn't see him a whole lot.
All right, but he was living there and had the boys sometimes?
Yes.
All right, at the time that this happened?
Correct.
Okay. Were the children there with him when he was injured in this way?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you didn't see the children there?
No.
All right. So you go back and get your phone and call 911. Is
Correct.
that right? Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the 911 call in this case previously?
I have.
All right. And is that your voice on the call that we played previously?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge. At this time, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 82, and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Case 82 is admitted. You may publish.
What's the rest of your emergency? It's right next door at my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive. Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Trescott Drive, the T. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 850-212-4623. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We heard a loud bang and the car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up, and I thought the gentleman was backing out. And I went back to my house, but he never backed out. And I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's battered and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him or if he shot himself or what. I don't know. And was that this location, correct? Right next door. I gave you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door. You can send an ambulance in a hurry. EMT. He's still alive. He's moving. Okay. What's going on with him? I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside, the car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 2116. 2116. What's your name, sir? My name is Jim Geiger, Geiger.
Mr. Geiger, you said that the man that you saw in the vehicle was unresponsive to you. If there's no objection, I would like to introduce State's Exhibit 5 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 5 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is this Mr. Markel, your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say he was not responsive, was he able to say any words to you?
I didn't hear any words at all.
Okay, what sounds did you hear coming from him?
I didn't hear any sound. I just saw his head slowly rolling back and forth.
Okay, he wasn't moaning at all, or?
Not that I heard.
Okay. All right. May I introduce State's Exhibit 6 and 7 at this time, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish 6, please. All right, so is this looking up Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes.
All right, and State 7, please. Is this how with the exception of the doors being open in this photo, is this how Mr. Markel's vehicle appeared to you when you approached on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 4. Mr. Geiger, have you had an opportunity to see that image before?
Yes.
Is that your signature there on the image? It's here. Initials, I should say.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that indicating that the vehicle pictured in this exhibit is consistent with the vehicle you observed in Mr. Markel's driveway that day?
Yes, that's true.
Permission to introduce and publish States 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 4 is admitted.
And I believe you said on the recording there that the car was running. Is that true?
That's true.
Did you touch the victim or the car?
No, I didn't.
Did you move anything inside the garage?
No.
Can you estimate how much time passed between the time you heard the loud bang and the time that you called 911?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. Is State's Exhibit 81 a fair and accurate map? It's an aerial map of your residence and the scene where this occurred.
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence State's 81.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, States 81 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Can you zoom in? All right, so if you're coming in off of, can you show? Yeah, off Thomasville Road there, the yellow line, how would you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Thomasville Road?
Well, you could do it more than one way. One is to go on the yellow road there, which is Thomasville Road, down to pretty close where that green mark is, which is Benton Road. You would take a left, come up to Trescott Drive, and then go back.
Okay.
That would be one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
Another way would be to exit off of Thomasville Road on Klein, and then come across to Trescott Drive, and in that case you'd be turning right.
And on that one, we've got to go up a little bit, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Armistead to Klein
Yeah.
to Trescott. Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Geiger, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
May Mr. Geiger be released, Your Honor?
He is. Does the defense intend to call Mr. Geiger at any point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Geiger, you are released. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Please call your next witness.
All right, we just got one more short witness. The haunted ghost man from the Disney ride. What's his name? David Sims. It's a very short witness. 6 minutes and then we're out of here, folks.
Hello.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, David Sims.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm retired sergeant for the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with TPD?
28 years.
And were you working there back in 2018?
Yes, I was.
Did you
You
respond?
said 2018?
I'm sorry, sir. 2014.
2014, yes.
I'm sorry. Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive back in on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
All right. And what were you responding in reference to?
A call of possible shots fired.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I parked on the street, and the neighbor, Mr. Geiger, pointed out the house. I walked up the driveway. The garage door was up. There was a vehicle parked in the driveway running. As I approached the vehicle, I noticed glass on the ground outside the driver's side, and I checked the door locks, and the car was locked, but it was running. There was a person inside the car, kind of slumped over maybe a little to the right. The glass for the driver's window...
Let me pause you right there. May we publish 7, please?
Any objection? Oh, this is already...
This one's in evidence, Your Honor. All right, so proceed with your answer. So you arrive, and is this what you see?
Yes.
Except for the doors were shut, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And as I approached in the picture there, the vehicle door is open, but it was closed and locked when I arrived, and the glass in the driver's door was partially broken out, and there appeared to be a small half circle in that glass as if a projectile had entered or exited through that window.
So at this time, I'd like to move into evidence, States Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 8 is admitted.
Please publish 8. All right, does this photograph show the little shattered glass with the half circle you were referencing?
Right, up there in the corner.
Okay. What else did you observe there?
Inside the vehicle, I called the victim's possible name. I was given the name of Daniel. I called Daniel. There was no response. He was breathing, but in a gasping manner. It was just kind of repetitive gasp. No movement, no response to me. I went around to the other side of the vehicle after I had unlocked. I'd reached in the window, unlocked the door, went around to the other side, opened that door, turned the car off so the car wouldn't possibly be put into gear when EMS got there, plus the fumes. So I dropped the keys on the floor in the garage, and I tried to call his name again, no response. By that time I heard EMS, their sirens right down the street, so they were almost there. I did notice that in his left hand he had a cell phone, and in his right hand he had like a business card. And he also, there was eyeglasses, half was laying in his lap, and the other...
How many things is going through his mind? His training, right? Turn the car off so it doesn't pose a threat to EMS when they arrive, plus the fumes. Drop the keys on the floor because, that's evidence or whatever. I mean, away from just calling his name, monitoring the breathing, looking at the broken window, see the half circle of a projectile exit or entrance. I mean, fucking... And, okay, he's a sergeant, but he's just responding. I mean, he's a beat cop. right? He's not a detective. So there's just the sheer experience.
Half was laying on the floor of the car, like they had just been broken right across the bridge.
All right, this time I'd ask to introduce him to evidence.
I remember one time, real early in the morning, it had been snowing, and we saw a car overturned in the ditch, and we stopped, to see if someone was in it. Couldn't see because it was upside down, and we went over and had a look, and I think we could see inside that there was no one in it that needed to be pulled out. And then a cop arrived and came over to check the scene. We hadn't called him, but he went over to the car, and the first thing he did was to touch the exhaust under the car that was overturned, to see because if it had just happened, that would have been hot. As it turns out, it appears the car had been out all night, and it was possibly maybe a drunk driver who rolled the car and then walked home instead of calling police and getting breathalyzed, right? That's what it seemed anyway. But just that thought, I didn't think to touch the exhaust because I don't have the training. But the cop knew.
States 9 and 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 9.
See you later, Evan. We're wrapping it up now anyway. Thanks for coming, Evan, and thanks for the super chats. Much appreciated, Evan, as always. And great comments tonight as well.
9 and 10 are admitted.
Publish 9, please. All right, so this, could you zoom in a little bit on the floor of the garage next to the driver's side? All right, so what is this that we're seeing on the ground here?
That looks like possibly the cell phone, and I don't know if that's the glasses or not, because once this picture would be after EMS arrived and they took him out of the vehicle, and I'm not sure what on that side, what was moved and everything that was done when EMS was trying to extricate him from the car.
Okay, before the doors were open and EMS extricated the victim, were you able to?
Christina says that she read that George's birthday is April 17th, 1976, same year as Charlie. Yeah. And the TV repairman that came to Wendy's house to have a look at the TV was April... I think it was April 2nd. No. It was April 6th, 1979. Wendy is April 22nd, 1979. So the guy that came to fix the TV was 18 days... No, what was it? I remember it was 18 days because of July 18th. So what would that be? 22 minus 18 is 4. He was April 4th, 1979. So practically the exact same age. I mean, crazy.
Observe some shattered glass.
Oh, there was definitely glass on the outside, yes.
Okay. And next photo. Publishing 10. It's just another shot of that shattered glass there. And can you tell whether those are the glasses that you observed?
Yes.
Okay, and the cell phone there on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. Where was that cell phone when you initially observed it?
It was in his left hand.
So it was moved whenever.
And his Professor Markel's glasses being in half like that, and then Judge Wheeler having those glasses in the second trial that come apart at the nose with a magnet. There's just weird things in this case, aren't there? Like strange things like that.
It was in his left hand.
So it was moved whenever they removed the victim.
Correct.
To try to render aid.
Correct.
And was he taken to the hospital?
Yes.
When you say that you opened the car doors, did you have to touch both door handles to do that?
Usually when I have a car that's something like this, a stolen car or anything that I don't want to get prints on, in my uniform I always have a pen, like just a big pen with the top that comes off, and I use that to pull in the door handles, and I use that to reach in and unlock the vehicle so I don't touch anything.
Did you observe any signs there at the scene that there had been forced entry of the residence or anything disturbed or taken?
No, after the victim was removed from the car, then myself and another officer, we took the keys that I had taken out. We had to unlock the door to get into the house from the garage, and we checked the house. The other doors were locked, and there was no signs of anything in the house, no persons and no struggle or anything inside the house.
Okay, and the children were not present at the scene?
Children were not present.
Okay. Did you move the car at all?
No.
All right, so the way it's photographed here is the position it was in when you found it?
Right, after we were done checking the house, then the scene was turned over to our investigators and to forensics.
Okay. No further questions?
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Is the sergeant released?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Have a good day, sir.
Okay. And that concludes our witness testimony for today, folks. But let's have a quick look at one of Donna's emails just before we go. So this is from February 18th, 2014, so exactly 5 months. Yeah, is that right? March, April, May, June, July. 5 months before murder morning. From Donna to Wendy. Honey, okay, your attorney must depot Elvis. I don't know why she calls him Elvis. To see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has ever had a check. You see, she's just terrible at writing. Tell me if this fucking sentence makes sense. Let's try and read it again. Okay. Your attorney must depot Elvis to see if any of the retirement accounts that Elvis has ever had a check written from them during the course of your marriage. If any of them were funded through any joint assets, your mutual Schwab accounts, or in any way passed through joint financial accounts, then you are entitled to a portion of those accounts. Even if nothing was ever done improperly on these accounts, and he has some very large retirement accounts. Unbelievable. Huh? Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you, and make him do the research and show statements from every month from the date of your marriage to the date of the filing of the divorce. You need to see whatever he deposited into those accounts, where the money came from. It's very possible some of it came from your joint Schwab account, and then he's up shit's creek. Why shouldn't he have to do this? It's what I mentioned to Kristen in court yesterday, and she nodded her head. Now she needs to do something about it. It just seems ridiculous for him to be able to depot you, but for you and Kristen not to give him the same crap he's pulling on you. It's time to give it to him. Also, what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? It seems like you're always on the defensive, but I don't see her doing anything offensive. I was really surprised that you didn't speak with her prior to meeting her in court. Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack or some sort of strategizing so you know so that you know what you're up against? And what else can he do? What else he can do? So that you know what you're up against and what else he can do. When is there an end to the nonsensical litigation and waste of the court's time and your financial obligation to your attorney? I think it's really important to get the parenting coordinator to either testify or be brought to deposition, perhaps by your attorney, so we can get her to request that Elvis be court-ordered for psychological testing. And if he's this off, perhaps he should not be permitted to take the children out of the country. What happened with the dean? Any help? Or do you need to proceed to the provost? Something has to be done with this asshole. Call us if you feel up to it tonight. If you're too tired, then call us in the morning after you leave the boys at school if you can. Love you, Mom and Dad. You know, the thing that I get, that I sense here, that I was debating with someone recently. There's real good clues in these emails from Donna that Wendy is purposefully and strategically frustrating Donna. Right? The thing here about where was it? I was really surprised that you didn't speak with her prior to meeting her in court. You know? There's other examples. I need to go through these specifically with this in mind, because I just think Wendy was fucking knew Donna's reaction and essentially tricked her into this thing. Quite intentionally. And, you know, I want to collect all the information that shows that. Because I know I've seen it all. And I forgot about this. But it's all just in my fucking head somewhere. Anyway, we gotta go, guys. We'll be back tomorrow with Day 1, Part 2, Charlie Adelson trial, working our way through those witnesses. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com or super chat, super thanks, super like, super sticker. Thank you to all the chatters, the super chatters, the super coffee go-getters, the super sticker givers, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. Thank you so much, guys, and have a great evening. Don't be an Adelson. Don't be an Adelson. Be better than that. Be better than that. Have a safe drive home. We'll see you all tomorrow. Acapella, Last Man Standing. Thank you, Acapella. Christina, good as gold. Our local Alien X, Cynthia Mayer, and Scotty Boy, and everyone else. Everyone else. Thanks so much, guys. We'll catch you later. Bosh. And you, Jutta. See you later.